I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
Yo, what up? Let me play this joint and let's get it popping.
When it was Kim.
Oh damn, I didn't want to play Black Egypt. Let's play this.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over smart water. We make the thoughtful think they should.
What's up with the people? Tap in, leave a comment when you come in, so we can get the show popping. Got a little bit of time, just a little bit.
It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not
Yeah.
I agree with everything my
Go and cop that album right there and bump that thing for your people. Come on.
Who knows how to fish?
I'm telling you, man.
Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down.
You should have that album on general principle. Ain't nobody like making music for these conversations. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna make a blapper for FBA. Oh yeah, that's what I need to do. Cause we ain't got no blapper for FBA, like a real blapper though. Ready to revive. What's up though? How's everyone doing this morning? Tunes you just heard is off an album release called Fights Over Egypt. You can find it on Casual Bandcamp. That's my Bandcamp. Also got a brand new joint out called Star Duster. Got limited vinyl left. Go on and grab that. Star Duster, produced by Albert Jenkins. How y'all doing? This ain't no new video or nothing, but this is just information that I would like to address. We've been talking about this stuff for a long time. And in the social media space, I've noticed, you know, people are taking their arguments in the different arenas in order to get more exposure for their arguments or whatever. And so this conversation here is just someone talking to Dr. Wesley Muhammad about Umar Johnson's remarks about Islam. And so when I was listening to this, I was like, see, this is the issue. It's so much magical, talk about magical metadata. I mean, it's so much pseudo-linguistics going on in this response, but some of the, because you're going to get razzled and dazzled by a lot of the supposed linguistic talk that is made in order to make you think that what he's saying is facts. But I want us to listen to some of this information. Just think about it for a minute, critique it a little bit, see what's true, what's not. And then I need to have a discussion on, I mean, you could just watch certain YouTube channels that promote these individuals as if they putting out the right good knowledge. I mean, we got financial channels that will show 19 Keys and Wesley Muhammad. And even Billy Carson and stuff like that. But they like the big black channels and stuff. So some of this needs to be addressed, and this was attempted to be addressed by, the claims of Umar Johnson were supposedly addressed by Wesley here, and let's listen and talk about some of this.
That is that specifically with Christianity, or do you think that of other religions as well?
Parasitic.
Now,
Christianity.
I'm just gonna go back to this.
And do you believe that is that specifically with Christianity, or do you think that of other religions as well?
Parasitic. Now, Christianity is the most capitalist-minded of the religions.
Okay.
Islam is not as capitalist-minded, but guess what? It is still anti-revolutionary. It is still anti-African culture in many regards. I was raised Muslim. Philadelphia has the largest percentage of African-American Sunni Orthodox Muslims in the United States. Dearborn has the most Muslims overall, but they Arab. Yeah. If you're dealing with American Africans, non-Nation of Islam, Orthodox Muslim, Philadelphia has more than any city in America. I was raised in it. Yeah. I was raised in the very masjid that I believe the Nation of Islam used to own. You understand? Before Warithuddin Muhammad took over his father's organization, shut that down, and came with the American Muslim movement. I was raised in one of those mosques. You understand? But I had to walk away because I saw how we completely ignored black people's problems. We completely ignored black culture. We completely ignored the black reality. It was all Islam. Learn your Arabic. And I'm like, I'm up.
Now, real quick, let's peep game because I got to stop this content and break it up so they won't get me. But peep game that Umar said, not Nation of Islam. And he was talking about the particular Islam that he practiced.
I'm a practicing Arab. I'm not practicing Islam. I'm practicing Arabism. Why do I got to learn Arab language to worship God? Why do I got to eat like the Arab to worship God? Why do I got to dress like the Arab to worship God? This is not the worship of God. This is the deification of Arabic culture. And that's why I walked away from it. And now African spirituality is my foundation.
So before we listen to the response, I'm pretty much know people have heard that take, right? Now, let's just listen to Dr. Wesley, and then this is kind of some of the stuff I want to address.
Our dear brother said a mouthful in that very brief clip. Again, I stressed it. I can find no error in what our brother said. And so I would like to add to his comments.
So it's cool that he come out by saying he don't find no error in what he said, but he want to add to the commentary, right? Let's listen to what he asked to the commentary.
I hope maybe I can add something to his understanding, which doesn't take from what he said, but adds to what he said, insha Allah. So a number of words were put on the table. Again, our brother was a Muslim early in his years, but he had to walk away from the Islam that he was raised in because he felt that he was a practicing Arab. His words, he wasn't a Muslim, he felt like a practicing Arab. He said,
part of this is just recanting what a person says, man. I'm just gonna fast forward just for copyright purposes.
I would offer my brother. He said that not to
be patient.
suggest
Right, here we
to
go.
our brother. He said he was a not a practicing Muslim, but a practicing Arab, or in his language, Arab. But he left that and is now African spirituality is his foundation, he said. What I would like to offer to us is that Islam is African spirituality. I don't just...
All right, so what he wants to offer to us, obviously, is that Islam is African spirituality. Now, you got to remember that brother Dr. Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Umar Johnson said he wasn't talking about the NOI and stuff. He was raised in, I didn't know if he said, I think he said Sunni or whatever, right? Or whatever, yeah. So the defense that he's mounting, in a sense, right now, ain't even in defense of the NOI, it's in defense of what Umar Johnson was speaking against. So let's hear about this.
Declare that, pontificate that. I have, by Allah's grace, demonstrated that. Not Islam today. We'll get to that in a moment, inshallah. Our brother's critique of Islam today is on point. What I am adding to our brother's perspective is the fact that the Islam of the world today is the result of a hijacking of Islam yesterday.
Okay. So we just got to note all these points. So the first thing he needs us to know is that obviously he was on point, but Islam today is a hijacking of Islam yesterday. Right? I mean, this is not nothing. Y'all heard him say it plain and simple. Just for the nature of breaking up the video and adding my commentary, I would like us to note that. Because I guess the Islam of yesterday is going to be the one that we'll find out is supposedly African spirituality.
Hijacking of Islam, which in its original formulation was absolutely an African spirituality. In my book, Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam, which, dear brother Dr. Umar, I'm happy to send to you, it is demonstrated that Islam, born in the Arabian cradle, but the Arabian cradle is geomorphically, ethnologically, climatologically, and a northeastern extension of that area we now call Africa.
So there we go. Now, this is crazy because he's just basically arguing that Saudi Arabia is Africa. We heard these arguments before, but watch how it affects things. And watch how, and this is the part we just got to say what's going on. So now we see that Umar Johnson needs to understand that Saudi Arabia basically was part of Africa in so many words.
Islam, born in the Arabian cradle, but the Arabian cradle is geomorphically, ethnologically, climatologically, and a northeastern extension of that area we now call Africa. I, by Allah's grace, have demonstrated in a recent report Allah and the sacred science of the Black God in African traditional religion.
Now this
The book is available on our website, drwesley.info. The report is available. We will make this, we're happy to make the report and the book available to our brother to add to his perspective, not necessarily to correct his perspective, but it is a demonstrable fact that Islam, before its hijacking, was absolutely a form of African spirituality in Arabia, and African spirituality on the European continent of Africa. What do I mean, the European continent of Africa?
Let's listen.
The Africa, be real clear. If your Africa stops west of the Red Sea, your Africa is the white man's Africa.
All right, let's just stop. Now y'all heard the claim? If your Africa stops west of the Red Sea, then your Africa is the white man's Africa. So much to unpack about a statement like that. Let's not even talk about the location he pinpointed. Let's just talk about the dependent clause. Then your Africa is the white man's Africa. Exactly. Somebody just said, what is he talking about? He's actually talking about the way he includes the Arabian Peninsula and calls it Africa, and discludes any of the separatism that was found historically. I'm not even talking, no need to go into tectonic plates and stuff that people wasn't using when they separated their cultures and their people. Like, he has a book, Black Arabia. I don't argue against there being a contingency of black people there, but as we see, he goes further and does some pseudo-linguistics in order to try to act like Allah was just the original name of God all over the African continent. And that just becomes problematic as we listen to it.
It's European cartographers or map makers that made the arbitrary decision to end Africa west of the Red Sea.
So it was an arbitrary decision by European cartographers to end Africa west of the Red Sea. Y'all hear this claim? Now, who supports that claim? Because just let me know, in order to support that claim, you need to provide the other cartographers that were not European that included the Arabian Peninsula as part of Africa. I can show you maps that if you're going to go to a name, right, okay, this is what's about to happen. And they're going to be European still, so I don't know how it's going to work. But don't you know how a person like, who was that? Maybe even Herodotus talked about Ethiopia extending, there was an eastern Ethiopia and a western Ethiopia. Man, you could keep reading. He still was calling that India. Like when or the furthest eastern Ethiopia he talked about, he was still calling it by name, and they still knew the separation of these nations. But if any of y'all are familiar with the cartographers, just so that because I don't think he showed them in this video. No, I did watch the video. I don't think the cartographers were showed. When I seen it, I just seen them show other sources.
And begin Asia east of the Red Sea with Arabia, making Arabia the doorway to Asia, and northeastern Africa the limit of Africa. God didn't do that. That's not God's Africa. All of the physical sciences, linguistic and ethnological sciences prove conclusively that Africa extends across the Red Sea. So
we got a lot of evidence to support us finding African materials far across the Red Sea. But I never heard that evidence suggest that was Africa. Have y'all? I'm just saying, point me to those sources besides this, we got Black Arabia, his book. But let's just keep going.
If your Africa stops at the limit of the western coast of the Red Sea, you are glorifying Europe's Africa.
So let's talk about some ancient, just real quick. Because we know under the concept, what's true is about these colonial borders not actually being real in that essence. But the people who controlled this gateway into what we call Africa, there was a point in times where they tried to get like Donald Trump. and they tried to set up a wall. They built it maybe a couple times. A wall to quote unquote keep people, since there was no name for Africa in these ancient times. This wall was to keep people out of Ta, or just their land, right? You could probably find attestations that say the wall was to keep them out of Kemet. But we have to remember that Kemet is, if we look at it now, Egypt would be the cutoff point that we see. The line is right between Egypt and Israel, and it's the Sinai Peninsula. And Israel, you know, there's a line demarked as the colonial borderline. But if we look at how the ancient Egyptians did it, they set up these walls for some strange reason in the exact same locations. And I mean, it's crazy. So what I'm saying is they set up something like a door with gates to prohibit entrance, ultimately entrance into Africa through this northern channel, to prohibit it. They didn't set it up way over there where he talking about to include the Arabian Peninsula. They set this wall up at the end of the Sinai Peninsula, right? And if we look this up, we can see what we're talking about. And we could go into ancient texts that show that this occurred. So if we understand they did not have a concept of Africa as we know it, and we will probably ask ourselves, did they even have continental perspective in these times, right? Think about it. If they did have continental perspectives in these times, we would be able to know what these continental terms were, right? And in the most ancient of times, which he's going to start talking about, I don't know if no one presenting any evidence, linguistic evidence of them having continental awareness. So it wasn't even about, oh, this continent is part of that. They drew a line where they say these people don't need to be let into our area anymore. And that's why they drew those lines. The people coming from the east, which would be everybody he's talking about, will be called A'amu. So when they talked about people coming from the east, it would include everyone beyond these walls set up in the Sinai Peninsula. So this would be a hard argument to actually really mount like it went down like this. Like, you could take modern information, talk about anything we want about tectonic plates. That won't really even support it either, but you can't think no ancient people was like, oh, okay, this is part of our tectonic plate, this ours too. It was different people in different areas, and indeed, there were Black people in the Arabian Peninsula. The reason why we know it is because you can go back as far as 150,000 years ago and just study what they call the Nubian complex. But what did they say this was? Some African, I mean, you know, it's technology of the way that Africans serrated their blades or their flint stones or whatever in order to use them as tools. It was a particular technique that they found going back to 150,000 years. Let's let him continue.
But the land mass that God produced that was later named Africa, the area that we now call the Arabian Peninsula, was a part of God's Africa. Africa was robbed of
God's Africa. Man, y'all, it ain't no such thing as God's Africa. Like, that name Africa, what are we doing here? Like, I would think it would be the whole world, but I don't understand that God's Africa stuff. But watch how this is used. in order to linguistically give us some type of crazy stuff.
It by European cartographers. Islam as an African spirituality. Arabic, the language of Arabic, is not a so-called Arab language.
Okay.
The language of Arabic is as African as is Kiswahili.
Let's stop, man. Now he chose Kiswahili for a reason. But he's going to go further. Let's let him go.
The language of Arabic is as African a language as is Zulu.
Do anybody agree with that? I mean, I'm not here to hold strong contention. I just want to provide my viewpoint. But does anyone here agree that the language of Arabic is just as African as the Zulu language? Is it? Yeah, Yemen, we know about that. Okay, Croax says he believes that that's true. Jackie says wrong. No. Chris says true. The Ancient Ones, Elder Suntan says yeah. Y'all who believe that Arabic is as African as Zulu got some explaining to do. Because the way he gonna show it, I hope y'all not gonna lean on that. Oh, Chris said that would be false. I mean, how you just gonna say that? These are bold claims, ladies and gentlemen, and these are claims. Now, these claims ain't just in a section of the NOI or something. They've made their way onto the black stage where people don't know what's what, and they gonna follow whoever sounds smart. How could it be as African as something that's just black Zulu? I mean, black like Zulu, like that. Nobody else speaking that. It's like nobody else. You can't even find some Arabian people who speak Zulu. These claims, just listen to the series of claims.
Add something to his understanding, which doesn't take from what he said, but adds to what he said, insha Allah. So a number of words were put on the table. Again, our brother was a Muslim early in his years, but he had to walk away from the Islam that he was raised in because he felt that he was a practicing Arab. His words, he wasn't a Muslim. He felt like a practicing Arab. He said Islam as he experienced it and as he observed it is not the worship of God, but
all right, he
it's
keep
the
reiterating
deification of Arab culture. And now he is practicing African spirituality.
All right, here we go. Yeah, this is the same thing he did last time. I gotta fast forward.
Pull up.
He gonna start to present some stuff. And this one to get like, okay.
Our slides.
A lot of this rhetoric can be found in the original video. It's called Dr. Muhammad, Wesley Muhammad thought up some Umar Johnson's remarks on Islam.
Hey, not a practicing Muslim, but a practice, the Islam of the world today. Cradle, but the Arabian cradle is geomorphically, ethnologically, climate. We will make this with habitability on the European continent of Africa. What do I mean, the European continent of Africa? Stops at the limit of the western coast of the Red Sea. You are glorifying Europe's Africa. But the land mass that God produced, that was later named Africa, the area that we now call the Arabian Peninsula, was a part of God's Africa. Africa was robbed of it by European.
That's just the part that's just not really true. Now let me say something. Even ancient black historians who said that there were black people in the Arabias, he didn't say it was part of Africa. They didn't say it was part of Africa. I was thinking particularly about Al-Jahiz, right? Like, they wasn't saying that because it's some black people here that we think this is Africa. Y'all know he making all this up, and watch how creative he gets.
Islam as an African spirituality. Arabic, the language of Arabic, is not a so-called Arab language. The language of Arabic is as African as is Kiswahili. The language of every people on the earth, and they speak the language of the people.
There we go.
I get your point. Why can't I honor God in the language that I speak? And so Allah says in the Quran that he sends messengers to every people on the earth, and they speak the language of the people. So your point was well made. It should not be. The knowledge of Arabic, or the lack thereof, should not be presented as an obstacle to communicating with God. But the point must be made that by calling on God in Arabic is absolutely calling on God in a bona fide African language.
Man.
And by calling on God in a African language, you're calling on in Islam what could be properly described as an African God, or better, para-African God, or global African God. What does para-African mean? African, but beyond African. We have demonstrated that the divine name Allah, is not a Johnny come lately Arab name. It is a global name found among African peoples on the continent.
So now he's about to linguistically make every damn near African god he can find Allah,
and distribute it around the globe. When we call on Allah, we are calling on a bona fide God of African people. Now, most don't know that because the evolution of languages has concealed that fact. But when you call on Olodumare, Yoruba is an African spirituality, and
You hear this, y'all?
chief god of the Yoruba is Olodumare. What you might not know is when you call on Olodumare, you are ipso facto calling on Allah linguistically. The divine name Olodumare is a compound of Olu and Damaros. Damaros likely derives from the Bantu Mare, shining. That Olu, meaning God, is rooted in the Proto-Bantu word Ulu, meaning God, which is cognate with the Proto-Semitic Allah. And we have demonstrated that.
See, this when it start getting crazy. Right? And I'm like, he gonna go. They be doing this and then they go all over. He gonna go to languages and you be like, how could that be? Right? But I ain't even tripping. I let the linguists handle that. Y'all seen these arguments get handled with before. Now every place anybody find an L with some vowels around it, they can just make it be what they Allah.
The ultimate root of both the Proto-Bantu Ulu with its vowel change, which happens in evolutionary.
So this Proto-Bantu, when y'all keep hearing that, these guys speak about that language as if it's real. I mean, it is proposed to be a real language, right? But it's no evidence of it. So what linguists do is reconstruct it, trying to figure out how it went. And oh man, I don't know, but sometimes it be presented to people like this is real and this is conclusive. This star here always means that this is the term in that area is a reconstruction, really following it, but that it ain't really evidence of it. It's a reconstruction. So, okay, cool.
Linguistics and the Proto-Semitic Allah, they both derive from an ancient Allah root. So the root of the word Olu in the divine name Olodumare, the root word, the root name is Allah. The vowel changes conceal that fact. Olodumare.
Even that argument that Allah comes from Sumerian is one of his arguments, but you won't find that stated in Sumerian literature. You feel me?
God can be and has been translated as God in shining robes, but God here is Allah.
Like, I'm not even the worst mad at this chart because of the, this language the language he's pulling from could be, I don't know how old we go back with Yoruba language or whatever. And so you can just look at some of his other demonstrations.
It's evolved to Olu when you call on Unkulunkulu.
Now let's stop. Now I can tell you right now, okay, now we tripping. Because just a little bit I know about what's going on here. I don't know how well Sumerian transliteration, what it appears to be what we see on the screen, I don't know how well it lines up to the IPA. right? We know it will line up some, but taking a Sumerian An Gal Gal, which is supposed to mean God's greatest, An Gal Gal, God greatest, and saying that's cognate with Unkulu is kind of crazy. I mean, but you know, what he appears to be demonstrating offhand, what we're going to see that this K, he's showing it to be, I mean, obviously in his analysis, this K is switching to a G. But from Zulu to Sumerian, this demonstration is crazy. But in his forming cognates out of this, he's taking this K, switching it to a G, right? And the L's are still remaining L's. We got unaccounted for here, over here, and this first is accounted for with this on over here. He's now saying all of these guys, the Sumerian now God and this Zulu God, was all talking about Allah.
The chief god of the Zulu of South Africa, Unkulunkulu, we have demonstrated the linguistic relationship between, for example, the language of the Zulu, which is a Bantu language, a Niger-Congo language, and the language of the ancient Sumerians, the ancient Black peoples of ancient Mesopotamia. The Zulu language and the Sumerian language, they are cognate languages.
Oh my God.
And
the Zulu language, he's demonstrated. I don't know, but y'all listen to some of these claims that are really stark and bold. Not cognate terms, but cognate languages. Man, I might have to Google that. I mean, you know, cognate languages. Okay. Cognate languages? Yeah, I'm sorry, Wes. I'll be having to Google some stuff you be teaching. Let me Google cognate languages. I would know what, you know, I know what you're trying to say, but listen to that. Is that a linguistic term?
The divine name Unkulunkulu in Zulu is the same as is cognate with the Sumerian name An.
Cognate languages are languages that share common ancestors or have descendants from the same language. French, Spanish, and Italian, these languages are derived from Vulgar Latin. So those are cognate languages. I just heard about cognate terms. But now we got Zulu and Sumerian, as we learned from brother Dr. Wesley Muhammad, that those are cognate languages. So they're just like Norwegian and Swedish and Danish, or French and Spanish and Italian. Man.
Gal Gal. Now, both of these are compound words. Unkulunkulu has been broken up into the divine name Un, joined by the word Kulu, which means great in Zulu. When it is in reduplicated form, when the word is duplicated, this is a linguistic technique of signifying emphasis or the superlative. So Kulu means great. Kulu Kulu or Kulun Kulu reduplicated, the two words or the word duplicated, means greatest. So Unkulun Kulu means God is greatest. The same with the Sumerian. An is the chief god of the ancient Sumerians. And Gal is the same as the Zulu Kulu. Gal means great. And reduplicated, Gal means greatest. So both the Zulu, Unkulun Kulu, means God is greatest. And the Sumerian, An Gal means God is greatest. What's important is evolutionary linguistics conceals the fact that the Zulu derives from an Allah root.
Oh man. So the slide appears to be unfinished, but because I know his ultimate thing is to demonstrate to us that this somehow Kulu in the Zulu time period, like this periodization is crazy. Kulu in the Zulu time period, I guess he said, no, that's going to go all the way back to Proto-Bantu. But, oh man, this whole thing. And then if you go all the way back to the Sumerians, they were saying An Gal. Now, means Allah, actually, because he's switching the N to an L from some process that he said was nasalization, right? And then what we got going on with the rest of the term, I guess Kulu obviously is cognative with Gal, right? And then I guess this means just great, as he demonstrated, but didn't put on the rest of the slide. Man.
The vowels, not only did the vowel change from A to U, but due to a linguistic process called nasalization, when under certain circumstances, the L will transform into an N. This is what happened in Zulu, and this is what happened in Sumerian. So the Sumerian An is rooted in the God name Allah, and the Zulu is rooted in the God name Allah.
Let's just think about that. If indeed it was a nasalization that occurred in the Sumerian time period, it would have been pulling, like he says, off a Proto-Bantu term, Allah, and then it got nasalized and turned into An. In the time period of the Sumerians, let's say 4th millennium BC, what have you, right? But it happened again in the time period of the Zulu people, that they had a nasalization from Proto-Bantu into the what, Amazulu or language or what have we. Think about that though. There was a nasalization from Proto-Bantu directly into modern Zulu. It used to be pronounced with an L in Proto-Bantu. Then when we start saying it in Zulu, that's a far leap. But let's keep letting go.
And so, Nkulunkulu means the same thing as the Arabic Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest. Allah is the greatest. Nkulunkulu, Allah is the greatest. Allahu Akbar. The Sumerian An Gal, God is the greatest. Allah is the greatest. Allahu Akbar. So
the Zulu was saying Allah is the greatest. That's what you are led to believe. He just said it. And the Sumerians were saying Allah is the greatest.
You don't get no more African than Unkulunkulu of the Zulus, Angalgal of the Sumerians, or Olodumare of the Yoruba. And in each case, when you say each name, you are ipso facto invoking the name Allah. Allah is the God of global African people, and we demonstrated this both in our book and in our report. So we don't feel away. This is why we in the Nation of Islam, we are not guilty of the deification of Arab culture.
Man, it gets
The Muslim
crazy.
world today
I gotta skip
is
around it.
guilty of the deification of Arab culture. Arab culture is exalted above even God himself in many ways in the Muslim world. That is a fair critique of the
Man, I swear I got that book sitting over here. Y'all know how long ago. I might need to look into my Amazon to see if my memory is true. But I probably could step up and just go grab that book. Y'all gotta stop playing. Like, y'all act like this the first time we talked about this. Man, I done wrote this brother a couple articles and a few things. This ain't nothing I found on Earn Your Leisure.
And
But I want to go to a particular part.
Point I want to emphasize here is that post-Quranic Islam as a ritual system.
So he got something he calls pre-quranic Islam.
A ritual system centered on or in the Kaaba in Mecca, the sacred house of Allah in Mecca. The ritual of Hajj, making pilgrimage to the holy house. All of the ritualism that defines Hajj and defines the practice of Islam, all of that was practiced before Prophet Muhammad received his revelation, and it was practiced by black Arabians. The true Arab is the black Arab. The true Arab is this brother right here.
I think the way that he's just saying true is what messes up the argument. It's not inclusive. It's kind of saying the other people is fake if these are the true ones, but whatever. I think it would be more well placed that these brothers were also there.
And Islam was among Islam as a ritual system, that is to say, the worship of Allah through the recognized rituals associated with the Kaaba, that this practice of religion was practiced by black Arabians, black Arabs, thousands of years before Prophet Muhammad received.
Man, I can show you that came from Kemet too, man. We can look into that. But let's just go to some of the things he said when we start to get into this. You know I gotta skip through it and shout out to them. This original video can be found on the MGC network, in case you would like to watch it.
African spirituality was practiced in so-called Africa. It was practiced in ancient Egypt.
Now listen to this.
Now, I don't know if these graphs that show the correspondence between pre-Quranic Islam and post-Quranic Islam, I don't know how much of that you can read. All of it lists the correspondences between the practice in pre-Quranic Islam and the practice in post-Quranic Islam, and they mirror each other. You may not be able to make the words out. I will post this graph later. But the same ritualism was practiced in Kemet or ancient Egypt. Yes, it was.
Oh man. So now he's just gonna come into Egypt, find cultural similarities and attribute them to the worship of Allah. Right? And that's real problematic. Equating to, he had something called Ma'atic Islam that he dropped, but here we see the remnants of it.
Showing that what was practiced in ancient Arabia by black people and called Islam, it's of the same nature as the practices that were taking place in Kemet or ancient Egypt. And absolutely, Allah was in the Nile Valley as Allah was in ancient Arabia. We demonstrated that, in fact.
So he's trying to say that in the time of the ancient Egyptians, they was on Allah.
I strongly argued that the so-called paramount sun god of ancient Egypt, Ra, evolved from the Allah root, the global African Allah root as well. The L transformed into an R.
Y'all hear all these transformations? So now when they were saying Ra, they was actually saying La. So that's Allah too.
Linguistic process called rotization, just as in the other case, the L evolved into an N, the linguistic process called nasalization. But in any case, the point is the African spirituality that was taking place in ancient Arabia, pre-Quranic Arabia, a similar spirituality was taking place in the Nile Valley, showing that the practice.
Oh my gosh, he just put Allah back into the time period of the ancient Egyptians, y'all. This is just, some of this stuff won't even just be addressed by no real scholars because they like, everybody know that this ain't true. Really, the only people to be deceived from this type of information is black people. So why would some white scholars sit down and just teach y'all that, oh, this is crazy what you're listening to? Like, I mean, you know, with all respect to everything that he theologically venerates, this is creative and almost it's not even irresponsible because you're doing it on purpose. So it's more than irresponsible. It's like you're trying to make something that naturally wasn't African be African just on general principle. We can have African versions of things and let it be what it is. But just doing this and saying now when they was practicing Ma'at, there was something similar on the Arabian Peninsula, and it's this.
Onic Arabia, a similar spirituality was taking place in the Nile Valley, showing that the practice in Arabia is a bona fide form of African spirituality. Now you say, well, Brother Dr. Wesley, that only means that the Arabs plagiarized Maya. That's wrong. And I demonstrated by Allah's grace the error of that postulate.
That's a very good question, Brother La. He asks about what about the House of Wisdom, and we talking about what we would probably call Arabic knowledge centers and what they would probably call maybe medieval European times, right? Where the European actually even would look to some Arabic literature to get some information. Now think about this, and just peep gang about the translation of the Meta Nature and how crazy what some of this may think. What are the fruits of ancient Egyptian knowledge that come up out of the House of Wisdom are pseudo? I'm not talking about by our definition of making pejoratives towards information to discredit it. I'm talking about they're scholastically classified in that regard. I didn't say the information from the House of Wisdom is pseudo. I said most of the chief information from the House of Wisdom pertaining to the knowledge of ancient Egyptians or ancient Egyptian knowledge is classified as pseudoscience. One of those chief documents is what they call the Emerald Tablets. So what I'm trying to say is if we want to use any information of coming up out of the House of Wisdom to show that there were some similarities between Ma'at and Islam, we gonna find that they were so off in the House of Wisdom as to having true knowledge of anything ancient Egyptian, at least from the documents that we know to be the most popular. You know, there's probably plenty other ones you can pull from, right? But then they be quoted from Greek texts that they copied over and had a little bit twisted up too. And so this is how we get things about people like Hermes Trismegistus, which is this is supposedly an ancient Egyptian document, this contemporary of the Emerald Tablets that we find comes up out of something that was really something found up. I'm not talking about that one from the 1930s. I'm talking about the other Emerald Tablets, but people get them twisted up. And you see the fake one kind of allude to the real one. So I shouldn't have said the Emerald Tablets. I should have said the Emerald Tablet. These are two different things. And this one is the one that they associate back to the House of Wisdom. And as we look into it, we see it wasn't no real knowledge that they possessed. Nothing about Ma'at will be found there. Let's just deal with what he got on the screen. You feel me? It won't be nothing Ma'at found there. So watch when I pull up the Emerald Tablets. We've done this plenty of times. Right? It's going to be two different things, and they should not be confused. This Emerald Tablet is the one. Look, it says not to be confused with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean. This the one, Emerald Tablet, they'll lead back to, right? It's going to lead us back to Arabic sources, look, that came out of the late 8th and 19th century, basically a little bit, you know, that's about House of Wisdom time, you feel me? And it was translated into Latin by several sources. Now, this is where they get all of this stuff about artificial production of gold, philosopher's stone, and that's been taken over into other ancient, into these fake tablets, and people talk about that too. Now, this also is a pseudepigrapha, if we would want to call it that or something like that. because as we look into it, it just retranslate Greek characters and the Greek ways that they define ancient African characters. What we find is Hermes Trigonomeses is just a rendition of, we know, Dahudi, and they call him the thrice born or the thrice great. And so if we look at this, you go another pseudo term, something pseudo that come right up off of that, and we be saying this. It also has been popularized by the 19th and 20th century occultists and esoterics, among whom express as above, so below. We think that has something to do with ancient Egyptian because of the exact misunderstanding that I am putting forth right now. But we read Metal Natural and we go in there, we look for that and we look for the other ones and nobody found that. Find that ancient Egyptian text that say as above, so below. So what it reveals is that the knowledge that they might have had in the ancient House of Wisdom wasn't exactly that work. When they start to speak on what was happening in Kemet, they know about some gods because of who, some Nisus because of what the Greeks knew, but they don't show that they actually find something about Ma'at and all that type of stuff, then you'll be able to tell me how he formed such conclusions.
The Black Arabians benefited from their exchange with their cousins across the Red Sea in the Nile Valley. They did. But those in the Nile Valley also benefited from that exchange as well. The reason the African spirituality in Arabia is so similar to the African spirituality in the Nile Valley among the ancient Cometians is not because one stole from the other or plagiarized from the other. That's so passé, that thinking. The reason is because, as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said, he said the original Arab is black and so is the original Egyptian. These two are cousins. Ancient Kemites and ancient Semites, they are a related people. They are not just black, but they originated from the same population nucleus that would later go on to evolve the so-called Afroasiatic language family.
Now, that's not something I would jump up and try to disagree with. But I would say be cautious at the way that you stating that, because it excludes a lot of the other history we know about in those areas. See, there's a problem. Let me just show y'all something. Geographically, this is a problem some of our brothers just make up. Let me say. Some of our brothers make this mistake. One thing we do is we like, historically, it's not romantic, but we kind of like think, let's just use the demarcation lines put on the screen. Let's just use the demarcation lines that are on the screen that show each country right here, right? And let's just trip off that. It's not as if, but even though this Saudi Arabian Peninsula has multiple countries in it, it appears, it's not as if, let me go back and see something. So Africa, the continent, and we know what we know about black people on that continent, and then they started saying, okay, black Africa is now sub-Saharan, and they started getting all fanciful with that. Well, his argument is that Africa extended, included this. Let's just accept his argument for a minute. it's nowhere historically accepted that this whole peninsula here was all black people. And so again, I'm saying I would say he has to say these things carefully because of the history that we understand, and then some of the errors that it demonstrate when people who basically are well, they're, I don't want to say speaks a Semitic language, but he's promulgating, you know, culture, a Semitic culture, and all of these things. Now, when you do that, and then you extend into using ancient Sumerian terminology and all of these things, acting like there was one unified Arabian Peninsula that you theologically need to manifest, that gets problematic because of these reasons, because of the histories of, let's just say, the history of Sumer, right? Let's just trip off this when we come into this peninsula. There's time periods when now we back into the so I hope y'all see that where we are. Let me see if I can show you on another map. Right? So we are up into these areas, kind of like, really, you want to say we going, you know, bordering, but we got to talk about some of the stuff that people be talking about when he said the Sumerian language, right? And so he went into Anu. So this would be Sumer, but not Greater Sumer, as we know that eventually it would, you know, take over everything. This is in this early period of times. But what we need to know is that they had rivals to the north. Rivals to the north. Now we can kind of see, okay, well, that's far across this desert expanse, and we can talk about what's going on with these people in these areas too at this time. But just for what the greater area they called Sumer, when we refer back to Sumerian things in them ancient time periods, when we had the Sumerian script, it'd probably be in this areas that we're looking at right now in the Tigris and the Euphrates, right? So now he didn't say Sumerian. Let's watch this. Just the part that made me pull this up. It says Hamites, and Semites are, you know, talking about the Semitic people. So one thing we need to understand is, going back this far, these people, Sumerian, and however much they expanded throughout this peninsula, they were not Semitic. They were not Semitic. Just to be clear. And the Semitic people around this time period will be coming possibly, at least we'll find their chief establishment being in the areas my mouth is circling. And I'm not saying there's no place else. I'm just giving us historically accuracies. If we type up Akkad, A-K-K-A-D, right, it'll take us to this city, the capital city of the Akkadian Empire. Hold on. Now we see it when it's stretched out and even took over like Sumer. But if we look and find Akkad, we see it, okay, kind of like question mark to be whether it was in the middle, but still north of Sumer proper. And this would be, somebody argued and told me that there's another Semitic language before Akkadian. I would want to know which one that is. Proto-languages are obviously languages that they propose, but that existed, but ain't, you know, they just reconstructing them. So I'm saying the language these people spoke, which the Sumerians we talked about, is called a language isolate, meaning it ain't necessarily related to the language that came after it, right? So I'm not even, somebody can say, well, you way up there. Well, what you would have to do is show me the 4th millennium BC or even 5th millennium BC attestations from that part of the peninsula to let us know what we trying to do right here, because we can go back to the 4th millennium BC with the history we talking about, at least with Sumer in this area, right? And so if these Akkadians were Semitic people, right, and we by somehow got to saying that the Semites and the Kemetics are brothers by earlier giving, by saying this, which I won't even try to trip off this as a source, but earlier you notice he was giving a linguistic demonstration that matched up the language of the Sumerian, now keep this in mind, the language of the Sumerian with the Zulu, right? I'm not going to say that, even though this is one presentation, but I'm skipping out a lot of the words, so give them credit and give anyone else credit who goes and watch everything he says, so that you can say, oh, either Brother Smash left this out or whatever. I ain't tripping. I'm just showing you what I see and what I seen when I watched it, in order to say I wanted to talk about this on the video. When we come back up here, now we're not talking about Semites. Now we're not talking about Sumerians. We're talking about how Semites and the ancient Egyptians are cousins. So then let's look at this. If the proof is being made, let's go back to the map. If the proof is made by cognates between, you said there's a cognate language between the people who lived in Sumer and some people who live way down in South Africa, the Zulus. Fine, that I'll listen to those who establish those points. But then you say that the ancient Egyptians who lived closer to this area and the Akkadians from right here, he didn't say Akkadians. I'm gonna show you what's going on. He said the Semite. All right. So that's not a real thing. And so let's just look and see what we're talking about. We got to go to language. Now, before it says right here, Akkadian is a Semitic language and is the primary language of ancient Mesopotamia. But let's talk about how that occurred. And it says Akkadian is a member of the Semitic language. I want them to tell us it's the oldest language where we can see Akkadian was spoken and written in the 3rd millennium BC, right? So these black people, he will be talking about the black Semites. It would be possible they spoke something else, but you're not saying that the Sumerians is black Semites, because linguistically they didn't speak a Semitic language, right? You could say biblically they was on that continent, so they would Shem or something, but linguistically they didn't speak the Semitic language. So let's just try to keep getting some of this information. So then it must be that these Semites, the oldest ones, y'all can say, no, that ain't true. But if we got to use language as the evidence. The oldest ones I would be able to identify scholastically would have to be Akkadians, right? You tell me an older Semite, and we'll go from that point. All right, and that's all I know. Thank you, close the door. It would have to be the Akkadians. So now let's just trip off the relationship between the Akkadians, if they was these black people, and these Sumerians who supposedly worshipped Allah. Remember all of this stuff he's saying? I'm just looking at it and trying to see if the hypothesis works. These were supposedly black people up here. Even though you can say, no, just go down into the continent. You can't do that because we dealing with language. The oldest Sumite would have to be an Akkadian. The relationship between Akkadians and Sumerian also, because they lived in close proximity to each other, we might find at one time, plenty long words hopping across their languages, but that doesn't necessarily stop linguists from saying that Sumerian is a language isolate. Now, what eventually happened is these black people, by Wesley Muhammad's attestation, took over the kingship of Sumer forcibly when there was a last Sumerian king named Lugal Zigasi who was taken over by Sargon, right? And so they had two different things going on, and it kind of leads me to think that if we start to take the Sargons then, because I'm trying to identify some of these characters. Let's say you right here, Sargon of Akkad, right? And then we take some of the images they left, or well, we ain't gonna see no Sargon of Akkad image probably, looking too clear to where we could get something. People, all right, yeah, we can't get much out of that, and people just, you know how we're gonna do. But it was actually this Sargon who came down, this Semitic progenitor, you feel me? Am I wrong? Let's see, Sargon of Akkad, also known as Sargon the Great, the first ruler of the Akkadian Empire. He came down and killed, who did I say he killed? Lugal Zagasi, right here. It don't say Lugal Zagasi, but all you gotta do is Google Lugal Zagasi. Lugalz, there you go, right there. Lugal Zagasi, right? Basically the old king of Sumer who came and got killed before these Semitic people took it all over. And so now, what language comes after that? Let's just look at this language family, Afroasiatic. It's kind of hard to make this argument unless you just make them all black people, which apparently we do, and then leave out some of the contingencies of people that we see in that area. I'm going to click on this Proto-Afro-Asiatic. I want to see something. Semitic. Right, as you see, Semitic is just one of the language in the Afro-Asiatic groups. But what I wanted to look at this, now it says the Semitic languages are a branch of Afro-Asiatic language family. They include Arabic, Amharic, Tigrinja. I said Amharic, then I need to say Aramaic. Okay, Hebrew and Maltese. Now, just out of these languages is, well, you know, people don't speak like, Akkadian right now and stuff like that. But I don't want to have to ask a silly question. We know that none of these languages are older than Akkadian, right? Semitic, talking about the Semitic black man. And so if you want to go back to the oldest source, then we would be dealing with the language I'm talking about right now. I'm just trying to explain that to people. And so I'm not saying that because these people fought these people, that these people ain't black. I'm not saying that. But I'm simply saying by the language Semitic, by it being Semitic, it indicates it's coming from, well, somebody say that's not true. We know that Afro-Asiatic languages started in the Horn of Africa, right? But in the way it indicates, at least, again, I'm trying not to be too hard. It's hard to say that Akkadian was an ancient black language of some ancient black people who was in the area, right? And so if you say he didn't say that, he said the Semites who would have spoke a Semitic language, and I went back to this, unless you say, no, what about Proto-Akkadian or something? We don't want to go there. We're going with the languages that we have attestations to it. If we're not dealing with none of the languages that come out of this, then we're going to be forced into way later time periods. So what y'all going to talk about, like Sabbatian or something? Sabbatin, EAN. Let me see. Look how recent this is. So this is in the areas of modern day Yemen, right? So we're going further down here on the peninsula. I'm going to try to say, and then there's a northern dialect, but these dialects is going, okay, look, it says the historical dating found that Saba, at a point of disagreeing among scholars. Kenneth Kitchen dates the kingdom existence to between 1200 BC and 275 CE, right? Let's look at these languages and let's see how far this will go back. Again, it's going just right here, giving us the Semitic. So it's extinct then, but I want to know when they would say it would come up. So they would say that old South Arabian language that was spoken between 1000 BC and the 6th century AD. So you would have to, that's why I had to bring this up, because you would have to bring this into consideration of black people in this area speaking a Semitic language in order for you to say that that these Kemites and Semites are cousins. It's just that these now terms appear to be pitted like they're contemporaneous, but to give him credit, he might be saying that, no, I'm not saying the Semites was old as the Kemites. I'm just saying that when they appeared, they were black too. Let's take this argument from this perspective. Come down, way down further on the map like we was 1000 BC, right? Which is way later than Akkadian and everything, so it still would have had its, as we see, roots there, as it say, Semitic, Western Semitic, South Semitic, Western Old South Arabian. Click on Old South Arabian. What that's going back to. South and Central Semitic, so it's giving us the same thing, Western Semitic, Semitic. But if you just South and Central Semitic language family, let's look at this. Because this is a little bit more sound to make this argument. I don't necessarily want to be one saying, no, nobody over there was black. I never say that. Saying the original Semites was black. I could grab your book. I do got the book, man. I just got a bookshelf and I would have to look through it. I probably read it and tossed it to the side. I'm trying to see which one. None of these go back far enough. As I know, that's why I started with Akkadian. Everybody know none of these languages is going to go back and predate Akkadian. So we still be dealing with the same phenomenon. Name another language spoken on the Arabian Peninsula that predates Akkadian to say what these Semites that we're talking about, original Semites of the peninsula, would have been speaking. And whatever that is, it'll be in conflict with those Sumerian people, what they spoke that he talked about earlier. I don't want to say in conflict, but it would not be related with what they spoke about earlier. But I spoke for hella long.
Ancient Kemites and ancient Semites, they are a related people.
Hold on. He did say related, so that he messed it all up. But Kevin Harris said, yo, just because it was written down first doesn't mean it was spoken first. The Akkadian adopted then cuneiform script. So, yeah, you're right, what you said in the first part of the sentence, but the second part kind of like limited to, because you said script, right? So script only concerns what's written down. So I see what you're saying, though, but when you said spoken first, the Akkadians adopted the cuneiform script, I just got to leave that part out. But I agree with you when you say just because it was written down first doesn't mean it was spoken first, right? But we just literally, and I don't use the fact that it was written down first with the Sumerians and Akkadian. I don't think scholars use that it was written down first. They also use the archaeology and anthropology done in the areas concerning when people arrived in certain areas. So even if they arrived in that area, we don't think they arrived without a language. So then they start investigating loan words and cognates between the two languages to try to see which one was prior to the other. But basically, I don't think there's an argument by any linguist that Semitic languages are older than the Sumerian language. And I'm not trying to make an attack at him that's saying that Semites and Sumerians could have both been black. But that just ain't what the evidence appears to show us about the people who populated the peninsula.
They are not just black, but they originated from the same population nucleus that would later go on to evolve the so-called Afroasiatic language family. The Semites, the so-called Semites, and I'm speaking to academics. The so-called Semites in the Arab, the black Arab, is the quintessential Semite. The so-called Semites of Arabia and the so-called Kemites of the Nile Valley. They are a related people that over time branched out and separated by the Red Sea. The reason their religious traditions are so similar is because when they separated, they took their common culture with them. So language and culture and religion on both sides of the Red Sea parallel each other, not because of plagiarism, but because of family relation. And so the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we, the tribe of Shabazz, says Allah God, were the first to discover the best part of our planet to live on. What is the best part of our planet to live on that we,
I ain't even gonna speak to that.
Tribe of Shabazz, that we discovered? It is the rich Nile Valley of Egypt and the present seat of the holy city, Mecca, Arabia.
So he updated the teaching and made it like that, but I ain't mad at it.
Mecca and Egypt together constitute the best part of our planet to live on that the same people founded. The same black people that founded the Nile Valley founded Mecca.
Oh man, it's hard to do this. So Mecca is ancient then. None of the people that you was talking, it gets so confusing. So when you make an analogy between the Kemites, right, and the Semitic people, and then you talk about the Nile Valley, and then you hop up to the time period of the founding of Mecca, and say that was the same people, it just gets, we talked about it for years, but I'm just listening.
And this is why the cultural, linguistic, and spiritual traditions of the two peoples are so similar. So the spirituality as it evolved and was articulated in Mecca It cannot be
Man, come on, man.
de-Africanized for the same spiritual or similar spiritual system was being practiced in the Nile Valley. And everybody is happy to claim ancient Egyptian religion as African spirituality. Islam is what I call Africa's other stolen legacy.
All right. Well, we heard these arguments, and I played enough of the content. I kind of feel like we've watched Wesley make his presentations a lot of the time, and what I noticed is he's taking bits and pieces of people he debated against arguments to form his new stance, which now takes the quote that Dr. Wesley Muhammad was making about Islam, even though he wasn't even talking about NOI. Wesley went out to defend Arabic Islam to say that it was all African because that's what his previous work argued. We seen how he made some of them conclusions and how he taking people from South Africa saying that they got cognitive terms with people in the Arabian Peninsula. And that wasn't the worst cognitive I ever seen made. But a linguist could tell me why that is cool or not so cool either. Ultimately, I think Dr. Umar was still right. And nothing I heard and hear convinced me that this was originally something black. We know about black people in the Arabian Peninsula, and we understand that. But don't exclude the other people who were there and how significant they were in the manifestation of this practice. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. People say that when we talk about Egypt. How y'all saying that Egypt had all these other people in it, but the way to get there was all black? Like, what the other people, the Easterners to the Egyptian who was represented as the Aamu was not necessarily African people, but that's just what I know. I just felt like I talked about that for long enough. I damn near could do a whole nother video. Shout out to the people in the chat. I see y'all. Let me hear what y'all think about some of that stuff. Just trying to make my art be Islamic. It goes on forever, and that's what his work does. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get to this next slide.
That came.
Nope.
What I would help us with is that Islam didn't start anti-African. It started as a form of African spirituality.
See, so when did it start? Because he's trying to make it start way before any revelations to a prophet. And the way it entered Africa, it came through the Arabian Peninsula. And Africa was defined as something that was already separate from that Arabian Peninsula, at least to the people at the time of when historically Islam was manifested. This dude crazy with it. But hey, I didn't want to. I just think Dr. Wesley, first of all, Dr. Muhammad wasn't attacking something that Dr. Wesley Muhammad needed to defend with his stance, but it was a good time for him to use his sources like this. And let's let him play this about the black soldiers of Islam.
Scholar. The Muslim empire through the Umayyad dynasty. In order to achieve this spread, these Muslims had to topple the two pillars of white supremacy as it existed in the world at the time, the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid or Persian Empire.
So if these was black people and he's saying this is the conquest of black power at its greatest, this is a straight lie. That's what this got to be. Because you can't skip from the times you was just talking about the Sumerians and stuff. Now we up into the time period of the Byzantine Empire, and you saying that they was all, the Arabs taking Egypt from the Romans was a black thing. Man, that's worse than anything I ever presented about Black Egypt. Like, I'll be showing y'all true, straight facts. That's a stretch. Do y'all know, like, what time periods we talking about? Yeah, y'all know exactly. 2 years, what is it? 2 years after the revelation, right? This war start, right? Am I wrong? Tell me, what we about 642-ish? I don't know. You tell me. Help me. I know we close in there. When this war with Rashidi, let's talk about it, and we're gonna pull it up. It is the Arab-Byzantine War. Arab-Byzantine Wars. It's gonna be about 640. What they say? They say 7. Okay, let's read this. Rashidi. What they say right here? Syria was captured in 639 and Egypt was conquered in 642. Did not say 642? I could have swore I said 642. All right, the conflicts began during the early Muslim conquest under the expansion of Rashidun Caliphate, right? Now, this dude ran up on some Byzantines. It says down here, the Rashidun was succeeded by the Umayyad Caliphate, who were the next 50 years captured Byzantine another place. But we talking about Arab-Byzantine wars. So he's saying that this was black. This was black. And here go pictures of it. This is the real picture of it. This is, I ain't saying a real picture of it, but this is the ancient source of the Arab-Byzantine War. This was black power at its greatest. What does it say on his slide? Black power at its greatest. This right here. Which one is the black power? All right, they got Slavs going on. Greek fire on the Slavs, but Arab-Byzantine wars is what we was really looking at, and we ain't wrong that they encountered, like, first here's one thing, the Arabs encountered, like, old school Romans, bro. And so calling that a black power?
Pillars of white world rule at the time. The Muslims that erupted out of Arabia.
So here's the thing. He's not necessarily wrong about that, but there's still that fight going on between Muslims and, Christians. So let's just say that's not black and white. Have you noticed that? See, the fight between Muslims and Christians continues to this day, but look at who the contingency of that fight really is. Mostly. Primarily, Arabs and white people. Just let me know when I said the maximum contingency of that fight. I didn't say all is limited to those characters. We know it's black people and other people in that fight. But that is what Christians and Muslims. Now, what he's doing is taking with the Muslims in that argument done, even though he reps a different type of Islam, and taking credit for it. That's what it seemed like to me.
Let me read to us the beautiful words of George Wales Parker, the great, brilliant scholar. He said, in the morning of the world, when the fingers of love swept aside the curtains of time, our dusky mother, Ethiopia, held the stage. It was she who wooed civilization and gave birth to nations. Her spirit called in Arabia, and out of the mystic desert surged the black soldiers of Islam, who welded the world into a new empire and sang of love and victory in the vows of Andalusia.
That quote it says from George Wells Parker, The African Origin of Grecian Civilization, right? It's not like that was the ancient quote, but the thing about it is I don't disagree with that. We understand that there were black soldiers of Islam. But then taking that and turning that into Islam was black would just be a overstepping unless I could be corrected. I'm not saying, like, let's just be a buck, man. So then people all stole it just like we say Egypt was stole. Okay.
Beautiful words that truly comport with history. When you imagine the Muslim armies erupting out of Arabia and going to war with the established empires at the time, this 14th century depiction is very accurate. This depiction of the Crusader Wars at the Battle of Roncevaux, showing the Muslim armies fighting the Byzantine armies. The Muslim armies are black-skinned, and the Byzantine armies are white-skinned.
So there's a lot of truth to that, but there's a lot of non-truth to that too. So the question is, and for any of my brothers who study, don't try to say Tariq, I've been Zayad. Let me come on the camera real quick just to ask, because I don't want people to be like, okay, you tripping. Don't try to say Tariq, I've been Zayad. Name, again, we understand. I don't argue with black people there. I kind of researched the history, but I want us to name the black general, our commander. Can you close that door, please? The black general, our commander of the Moorish army that I'm unfamiliar with. So if you try to say Tariq ibn Zayad or whatever, or his brother Tariq, we probably understand that they took orders from an Arab. So the question about the invasion of the Al-Andalus, the establishment of Al-Andalus, or the invasion, of the Iberian Peninsula. The question is, whose idea was that? Was that a black concept? Or was that an Arab concept that some black people participated in? And really, that is a real good question that we would probably want to answer. Because that wasn't no black stuff. So what I mean, we understand the Moors took over Spain, they tell us, right? 711 AD to 1492. And there's a lot of truth to how many the black people participated. But my question is, how many of the members of the army, ranking army generals, do we know that were black? If I pull up Tariq, yeah, we could. He was already there. I put a K and he popped up. So this we talk about Tariq the Moor a lot, and they refer back to I don't, this probably ain't colored correctly. So some will say it is colored correctly, and they'll say that the one Tariq is supposedly the brother. Rodrigo is that would be the king who, when he went over there, when he went to the Iberian Peninsula, he got diplomatic with. But he was commanded by a straight up Arab, and they got into fights after everything Tariq did on the Iberian Peninsula. And this guy right here, Musa Ibn Nusayr, who no one tries to argue was black, he was smashing on Tariq Ibn Ziyad and didn't even like how good Tariq was doing in the Iberian Peninsula, to where when he came back from doing all of his raids, so-called, this guy, Musa Ibn Nusayr, took all of Tariq's army's booty or spoils. Took all of their spoils of war and was like mad that they did so good. Here it go, look. So this is the Islamic conquest of the Maghreb. That means how Islam took over North Africa. So if you really trip off of it, it says Hassan Ibn al, people say, oh, that's just Wiki, and I agree, Wiki ain't the best way for me to give y'all this. I'll just tell y'all what I know, and we can just back it up. Like I said, it was that King Roderick right here, was the Christian king from this picture that Tariq supposedly was sitting next to, and diplomatically they worked out something between those Christians. It wasn't just beef like that. And this was the first treaty, one of the first treaties that was between this, right, the result of this picture where they saying Rodrigo and Tariq. Why am I talking about this is because this is one of the chief characters that black people mention. If I take this and just pop it right into that, we'll see hella images where he is portrayed like, well, this one ain't portraying him like a black man. I guess it is. When black men ruled Europe. You see, that's kind of like going along with a little bit of what Brother Wesley teaching us, which is excluding some other people's history. Right? And again, we see now somebody try to make him look white and we get mad or whatever. Now, let's talk about Fat Joe for a minute. You're going to be like, why the hell in the middle of this teaching did he just bring up Fat Joe? Because it's parts to the game that cats don't be understanding, and you got to understand it for a long time. Within this conversation and within what's about to happen and some of the things we're going to see, a relationship is about to develop between the people who were already in control on the Iberian Peninsula, Spaniards. We'll talk about it. And, well, so it was Jews and Spaniards and some Christians there, but we're going to talk about it because the Jews would start to kind of like be fighting with the Moors a little bit. But what we learn ultimately is that just everybody, it wasn't an all black thing, even though it was a lot of black people in the Moorish army, right? But it's portrayed like that was just something black. And we be kind of problematic with that a little bit. So just to keep on continue building, let's dig on this. Again, you can read all this, ain't nothing but wiki, so I'm just pulling it out to talk about certain points of what happened here. So look, the vast majority of modern scholars state that Tariq was a Berber, Mawala, whatever, and of Musa Ibn Nusayr, the Umayyad governor of Afrique. Now, remember when I came here, Wesley was arguing that this one contingency basically was the black soldiers of Islam, and they talking about the victory of Al-Andalusia. So that's where we at. and looking at the actual encroachment in the Al-Andalusia was by the brother Tariq. Well, 1 year before Tariq, y'all know what happened? So this is where we get our terms sheriff and tariff from. But I'm gonna leave out sheriff right now. So we talking about 611 AD. But if we want to go before 611 AD, we go to 610 AD and talk about some call Tariq's brother. So what I'm trying to get us to notice is how I'm gonna say it. Tariq and them, since they say they was probably Berbers, they probably was a black contingency that got smashed on and forced into helping Islam. I ain't just making this up. If you look at their possible mama was possibly the Jewish lady, Queen Kahina. Right? She wasn't like no Jew that you could say these time periods is way too later. All these stories is out for a long time. So her being a Jew by way of Byzantine influence on North Africa. I'm not saying it definitively, but anybody who studies this knows that scholars argue that Tariq and his brother may have been the captured sons of Queen Kahina, put into the Arabic army by then, trained and brought up by Musa Nusayr, I think it's Ibn Nusayr, and brought to succession. So before we talk about Tariq, the way that they actually went into this peninsula is first they sent another little small army, and he did so good. He did so good that we got a law that Trump be talking about. Is it Abin? Dang, I gotta remember his name. Yeah. No, that ain't it. Hey, yeah, this is it. Tariq, look, there you go. Tariq Ibn Malik. So really when we start talking about taking the Moors taking over the Iberian Peninsula, before we talk about Tariq Ibn Ziyad, there was Tariq Ibn Malik. Now what did Tariq do? Remember I said our word sheriff and tariff. Trump's talking about throwing out them tariffs. That come from the name of Tariq. What he imposed on Al-Andalusia or in Iberian Peninsula a year before Tariq Ibn Ziyad stepped up there. So this, if you want to say that these people, see, sources say he was of Arabic origin, but let's talk about it. If you want to say that these were a contingency of some black Moors that, well, people have latched on to Tariq and Tariq. But look at this. This says Tariq Ibn Malik was an Arab commander under Tariq Ibn Ziyad. Right? So it says Arab and Umayyad general who led the conquest of the Visigoth Hispania in 711. Now y'all remember why I said Fat Joe, why I brought up Fat Joe and y'all thought I was going off track? Now they starting to say Visigoth Hispania. All right. What we get from Hispania? Hispanic. Just check game when cats in your face. When you understand game when it's in your face, I'm just going to try to let y'all see how this works. So if we understand Tariq and Tariq to be North Africans who possibly could be, like he said, Amazigh, but I don't want to say that. They possibly could have been some of the black Moors we talking about or not. We'll talk about that too. Right here it says, in July 710 CE, a year before Tariq. It says Tariq sent Tariq on a raid to test the southern coastline of the Iberian Peninsula. Now, when he did so good, let's read what this says by Edward Gibbons. Y'all see, this is a 1776 historian. It says 500 soldiers of the Berbers passed over in 4 vessels from Tangier to Ceuta or whatever. A place of their descent on the opposite shores of the strait is marked by the name of Tariq, their chief, which today is the city of Tarifa. All right. They proceeded from there to reconnoiter, in military operations, a mission of reconnaissance or scouting. Also to reconnoiter whatever the terrain along the coast as possible entry points for a larger attack, traversing 18 miles through the hilly country to a castle in the town of Julian, on which is still the Algeciras or whatever. Algeciras or whatever. They bestowed the name of the Green Island from the Virgin Cape and advances into the sea. Well, I don't know if they say anything about him laying a tax on them, which became to that we know as a tariff. But this is just wiki, so they didn't go that far into detail. So, okay, let's talk about where did Tariq come from and where did Tariq come from. And I said they may have been the sons and daughters of, they're not going to say his predecessors, of a queen named Kahina. Why would somebody say that, or why do people say that? It's because it was some governors and sons, right? It was some governors and sons of Kahina of North Africa. Kahina, right here. So when the Umayyad Caliphate, or when they started to stretch their hands to conquer this Maghreb, they ran up on Queen Kahina, and they initiated a scorched earth campaign on her. Basically, coming through all the cities, pillaging everything up and burning down everything as they exited or went further south. Now, if you look into her and just read all up from this source or better sources, you'll find eventually that she had some of her officers were kidnapped and they brought into the army, right? Now look, again, she had, they call her a Judaized Berber, all right? And so you understand that Judaism was prevalent because of, the Byzantine Empire was Christian. And during these times, we have people following these different religions. Let's see if they try to link it with Tariq ibn Ziyad. Right? Well, this is the Scorched Earth campaign we was talking about. And so now we only dealing, I'm not saying Berbers wasn't all the way black either. I'm not doing none of that. I'm just saying let's be sensitive with it. So I don't know if they'll say anything about Kahina and Tariq on the internet and see if we can find them. See if we can find anybody mentioning those two figures together. Queen Kahina's sons, governors. All right, anyway. So it's it's honorable that Wesley sticks to trying to Africanize what he believes in. I guess it is. No, you said, how is that honorable? I mean, well, I don't want to use the word honorable incorrectly, but it's cool. He's trying to Africanize it instead of throwing away Africa, is what I'm saying. I should rephrase that. So yeah, instead of throwing away Africa, he's trying to Africanize his belief system, which would not necessarily, to me, be the worst thing. I don't see any sources linking Tariq them to Queen Kahina, but I have heard that done historically. All right, so what's up? Ultimately, man, I think Umar Johnson was right. I didn't hear nothing that disproving that so far.
Now understand, it is not the case that what we are looking at is African Moors, Berbers, fighting white Byzantines. The bulk of the Moors that entered Spain originated from the Banu Ajd, as our great sister Dr. Dana Marniche Reynolds has been demonstrating. The core of the Moors who invaded the Iberian Peninsula, they weren't black Berbers, they were black Arabians from the black Arab tribe called Azd. The Banu Azd, A-Z-D. And
so we just spoke on the generals. Whether he's saying it's true or not, I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying we just spoke on the generals who led those men into these areas.
Throughout European literature and Chinese literature and Persian literature, it represents a clash between the black Muslim armies that erupted out of Arabia, clashing with the whites of the Byzantine and the Sasanian empires. The Umayyad dynasty that was toppled by the Abbasids in the 9th century. The first dynasty of Islam was a black Arab dynasty. The Umayyads were a black Arab dynasty.
All right, so the Umayyads, we just got through talking about that, and you know how they came into Egypt and scorched the earth, and in the name of Islam, right? I'm not saying they're not black. I spoke to my chief contingents earlier. I'm just saying I gotta stop this video every few moments, so I'm giving my little commentary.
Here is a very powerful depiction, 12th century depiction, the Chronicle of Constantine Manassas. It's part of a Byzantine history, the Byzantines depicting the Muslims they encountered over the years in their battles. And this is a 12th century depiction of the Umayyads.
So it's a 12th century depiction of some people who supposedly was in Egypt in the 8th century.
The Byzantines had to contend with. They are black Arabs, and that is true. This a good.
I'm kind of bored doing that. Feel me? It was what it was. I have no ultimate slander towards it. I'm saying this has been a problem for a long ass time, but it ain't as bad as the other problem. First, they would throw away Africa completely. Now they, being creative in Africanizing traditions that were not originally African. in order to ultimately keep black people in Islam. And so it might seem that I was, going out of my way or doing anything. But what is his ultimate goal in saying that ancient Egypt was black? Ancient Egypt was. He said ancient Egyptians was like cousins to the Semites. What's the ultimate goal of all of that? The ultimate goal of it ain't to really teach you nothing about history. It is to justify black people having a version of Islam. And that can be done on real and true basis. You can't make up hella stuff to justify that. Because then that messes everything up. I'm going to open up the Zoom. Just because after talking for 2 hours about somebody, I'll be wanting to stop. Like, dang, bro, I ain't got that much to say about that. You feel me? See if anybody want to get a word in. I might do it different, man. I don't know, because let's see what people want to say. Okay. Oh, she about to go try to get a license? Okay.
Just get an ID.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. And thanks to all the people who stay contributing to the show. We appreciate y'all. I just opened the link. Where'd it go? Let me hit the link one time and tell me what I did wrong. I'm gonna start talking about Black Egypt on you. It's different than these arguments. Like, I don't be having to go all over the place and make nothing up. I just go to the language and say, look what they called themselves. And can't nobody stop it. Brother Robert Brown in the building. It's been a long time since we had the God in the building. What's up with Robert Brown?
Peace to the Almighty God, man. What up, Great King? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you kind of muffled though.
Yeah, man. I damn dropped my phone, man. This phone fucked up. Excuse my language. I done damaged my phone. Let me I'm gonna try to tap in from my other phone.
We
and
hear
see if
you
can
though.
hear.
It's just, what's up? We hear you.
Yeah, let me I'm gonna try to come in from my other
Okay,
phone, God body.
okay.
If that's all right with you,
That's
Great
all
King.
good.
You know what I'm saying? Let me try to tap in from my other phone because I damaged this one. And they go sus by car. She didn't hit me up. Yeah, King. I'm gonna try to hit you from my other phone.
All right, cool. We right here.
Okay, Almighty Black God. Beautiful.
Peace.
Indeed.
See, now, one thing I don't want nobody to get confused when they see my video. Don't think that I'm saying I support those who say that everybody on the Arabian Peninsula was not black. I don't support that. I think Dr. Wesley has made some good efforts in just showing, and some other sources that showed that there was some black people there. But saying that the religion of that continent or whatever people that was originated on that continent was started by black people is a whole nother endeavor. And then when we try to mix the two up, I'll be like, oh, this is fooling people. Showing some people, some black people there is not showing no people that Islam is a black religion. You see? So we got to be careful of that. But anyway, I have no shout out to my brothers who practice any faith respectfully in the way that they're supposed to practice it by y'all, whatever. I'm not even mad at that. Some people argue that it's our main thing in our people way. I disagree. I don't think I'll be looking for evidence of other people who came out of situations based on what y'all say it'll take us to come up out of situations. And I don't even see no history of it being religion nowhere. People gonna try to go to Haiti and say, okay, they did this with that, but nah, what's going on there? I'm talking about, like, let's just say when the Americans wanted to separate from the British. When they wanted to separate from the British, they didn't need to call themselves a different type of white people, nor did they need to redefine religion in some ways that was good enough for America. They just stuck with their Christianity the way they was rocking it and said, F this, we revolting against the government. So in our type of liberation quest, we always be trying to mandate that something changed in this universal amongst everyone's religion. Where did that happen at? Like, we got to stop tripping. Let people be who they be. If it make them a better soldier than if you try to force them to something that make them a weaker soldier. Like, even if the authority that put it together was only one thing, let me see what I mean. The authority of the United States government is a Christian authority. Let's just be clear. Like the United States Army, that's a Christian army. If you don't want to say it's a Christian army, that's fine. But you get there and guns be having Christian scriptures on them and stuff, then you start to realize it's more than just what we're talking about. I see Brother Reggie came in. My man ATL boy said, hell no. You don't think the United States government is a Christian army? I'm talking about in the nature of the world. We just got through talking about Christians and Muslims fighting, and we still be wondering why we be having wars in the Middle East. But I'm going to rest my case, and we're going to hear from good Brother Reggie. Shout out to Reggie for stepping in the building. What's up with you? Oh, yeah, I think his mic is still connected. So look, I don't know if Reggie gonna tell us something. I do see, I mean, I can see somebody talk about the black members of the Chinese in China, but you're never gonna have me saying that China just was all black. Right? It's hard to do that. And I listen to my brothers who talk about black people who might have made it to the Americas before Columbus. But I don't be listening when y'all say everybody there was black. I'll be like, now you tripping. What's up with Brother Reggie? Oh yeah, he's probably tripping. Oh, there you go.
Hey family, how y'all doing?
All is well, peace to you. You know what, you heard some Maya Islam type of stuff today? Was you watching for that long?
Well, I know a lot of his work, and I've seen a lot of those shows, and I wanted to drill down on some particular general errors that Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, continues to make. If I can.
Sure. You want to share the screen, or you got the floor, or whatever.
Yeah. I haven't shaken this cough, and I'm gonna get some cough drops, but this is important. Okay. So let me start it this way. Dr. Wesley Muhammad uses these terms called Black Arabia, the Black Koresh, the Black Islam. He uses these terms, and these terms didn't exist. These are new terms. The terms that you would describe these people, right, would be without the term, for example, black, right? Islam itself, what is Black Islam? Where is Black Islam mentioned in the corpus of what you call Islam, right? No, it doesn't exist. So Wesley Muhammad is inserting terms that didn't exist, right? Even the concept of Islam. Well, at what point was it called Islam? I know that there were terms like Saracens, right? So no, when Wesley Muhammad uses this term black Arabs, black Arabians, black Muslims, right? Um, is he using it based on the color of their skin? Is that what he's deciding as black? Um, if he is, he's making a terrible mistake because the texture of your skin means nothing. So when I went to the ASOR conference that Jenim Anka and Monica and others helped me go to, and I so appreciate them for even thinking about getting me there, right? So that I can actually learn and or see if I can learn from the experts. I had a powerful conversation. It wasn't long, but my whole point for going there was to have this conversation with Tyson Smith. And Dr. Tyson Smith, I asked Dr. Tyson Smith about these concepts of blackness, and particularly why do Egyptologists, when every time they see someone dark-skinned, they call them a Nubian. And he understood exactly what I was saying, and he was saying that scholars map skin wrongly. The skin doesn't tell you anything without the interaction. Do you understand what I'm saying? Smash, do you understand?
Yeah.
Joey, anybody?
Yeah, I was on mute. Yeah.
Did you
Yeah, what's
understand this
up?
powerful point that I'm trying to say? There has to be an interaction of blackness, meaning black has to, this concept of blackness has to show itself in some type of interaction.
Black reality.
Say what?
Black reality is what you call it.
Well, I'm doing it. Black reality is something that we've heard Deborah Hurd and the rest of them, and Leo Hansberry and
I heard Umar Johnson say that today. I heard Umar Johnson say that.
Yeah, but in the yeah. Oh, okay. In the work that we do, Umar Johnson doesn't do the work that we do. He does. We're talking history, ancient history and culture, right? The origins of things. I'm not going to discredit Umar unless he coined it directly, but he's a scholar that reads a lot of papers in his field, and he may have come across of it. It's not his original term at all. There's a author, there's an author that talks about Black reality, and I think that's, but and intersectedness and a number of different things, and maybe we could talk about her paper at one point. I don't agree with a lot of her, but my point is that Black reality we know Black reality by the interaction, right? I'm on my academic BS right now. Having a Black reality means that somewhere you find the interaction. The critical point is the interaction. So where is, in any of this BS that Dr. Wesley Muhammad saying, is there a Black reality, a Black interaction? It doesn't exist. It's not there. It's an Islamic, and it's not even Islamic at this time, because I don't even know if the word Islam, I mean, we know more about it. We know about it now, but at the time of the interaction between these Umayyad groups of people, Abbasids and Almohads and the rest, I don't know. Well, no, I do know. There is no interaction of having anything to do with black. It's their religious and cultural views. They are plunderers. They're plunderers. They're saying surrender and be saved. They're plunderers, right? They're fighting the Byzantines and they're plundering. And they have a cultural basis which becomes a religion, but where is the black reality? So I'm trying to tease out the fact of the matter is this whole premise is wrong. There's nothing positive about blackness in that whole worldview. Nothing. So he's just trying to, like he showed that picture of a smudges of blackness. What does that mean?
From the 12th century.
Yeah, what does that mean, Wesley Muhammad? You can take that, listen, it's not personal. I just disagree with your scholarship and your premise. You can't do that, family. Artificial intelligence, machine learning.
Hold on, Reggie. We got UKA and Brother La here. I'm not stopping you. I'm gonna ask you to hold it down because I got to step away for a second. Just to the other room, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, peace, Brother La. Peace, UKA. Right. So my if anybody wants to come on, I want to deal with the interaction. What is the interaction of blackness in this conversation that Dr. Wesley Muhammad is saying, except for some people were darker, some people were lighter, and that's based on the sun. It's based on them being in the environment of the sun.
But let me pose a question to you, Brother Reggie. I heard someone say something.
You have to talk up louder. I can't hear you.
Let me pose a question to you. I heard someone say something interesting. I was watching a debate between a black imam and someone else, and he said, even though Islam is not African, the culture is African. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's not true?
Oh no, I think that's general. I disagree. I think that's apologetic. I think it's also trying to bring people into the religion, or into the culture. See, in the early days when this culture was spreading, all one would have to do is take the oath of the oath, the prayer oath, the shahada. And then you can learn the faith later. But you would have to agree that the prophet is the messenger, Allah is your God, that there's one God, right? And you would learn the rest of the knowledge later. You would learn what was in the Quran and the Hadiths, and you would learn that later.
Boy,
but here at this particular time, you gotta also understand that during this particular time, this is at the time a few years after the Prophet Muhammad. A few years after Muhammad, this stuff is still being written and constructed. It's still being written and constructed.
Yeah.
So where is the interaction? Where's the black interaction? It's not there. Not that.
Reggie, there is a black interaction, but it's not a positive one.
Can you speak louder?
There is a black there is some quote unquote interaction, but there's nothing positive, as you said, about the interaction between these pale Arabs and black people. There was nothing positive. They just wanted to conquer black people and make them slaves. So there was no choice in the matter. They didn't come peacefully. But when you tell Muslims that, they tell you that you're lying. They say that there was no conquering, there was no sword. But history tells the opposite. So I don't understand that.
Well, that's the point. History tells you that there were interactions between the people of Koresh and, for example, Ethiopia, right? There was war, there was treaties, there was captives, there was enslavement, right? And we know that the Prophet Muhammad's wet nurses were, well, one of his wet nurses was an Ethiopian enslaved person. So how does that black reality fix that?
It
Huh?
just serves. It doesn't really. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wasting time when he could be speaking actual history.
Well, yeah,
Because I
he's
wouldn't
doing
totally
it.
I
He's
wouldn't totally
putting
disagree
on.
with him. I wouldn't totally disagree with him, but I think that he's just Islamifying everything, which is not a good thing. That's what he's doing. There are connections, but Islam is
Yeah.
not really the connection
Well,
necessarily.
and that's my point. My point is he's anachronistic. He's using these terms: Black Arabia, Black Quraysh, Black Islam.
So let
Right?
me ask you though, he you know, even though he came to his conclusions in some ways that we think the methodology is weird, there were black people there. Do you disagree or agree? Some there on the
There were.
Arabian Peninsula.
I
There
disagree.
were.
Okay, let's point that out. So which of us agree? And I mean, I think there was an element of some because we could see the Nubian complex on the Arabian Peninsula. You know what I'm saying? And some of the way that Nubians sculpted their tools was there. But I'm not arguing that the major contingency was there. We have the horn, the tip of Yemen connected straight with Ethiopia, and we see that some things traveled over the water into that peninsula. But let's hear from y'all. Reggie, you said you disagree. I want to hear that stance.
Okay. Okay. So I'm on my high horse, y'all, because I am just not feeling well. I don't care if people happen to be African because they're African, right? I am interested in the interaction that makes them have a black reality. Not that they are African, because yes, they are African. Now, if you want to say that they're African people there, yeah. Yeah, they're enslaving African people. They are African people are converting, right? But African people are not necessarily directly part of that tribe. Those tribes have a particular, ancestral family connection.
Yep, exactly. I'm gonna agree with Reggie a little bit, um, because if you look at the history of the rebellion of the Zanj, right, you're gonna actually find Africans there, um, as like Reggie said, slaves and people that's converting, but like the people that they're fighting against, they have a certain ancestral belief, and within Islam, that's basically talking about who's closest to the Prophet Muhammad. And the way they saw it as the black people, the actual Africans, was not ancestral to Muhammad like that. So they couldn't actually, I can't find the word, but basically be a part of the tribe like they were.
Even
Yeah,
they
Yeah,
they
but
were
said
that is
outsiders.
they even argued that the Zans was led by a Persian dude.
Yeah, and it's always going to be a Quraysh family that leads Islam. That's in the Hadith, which I pulled out a few times when speaking to a lot of these cats. But I'll tell you that I don't even know that it's African in origin because yeah, you've got Moors, but remember Moors at that time, if they were black, were castrated. They didn't want you to have sex with their women. They would make you basically servants of the house. And then once you grow up around them for all that time, of course you're cool. You're used to what they're doing to you. You're used to being who you're gonna be. The brother who calls the azan, Bilal, whether he lived or not, we don't know. But Bilal as a character was a slave that Muhammad bought. And, you know, they was putting a rock on him, stretching him out with some horse and a rock on his stomach, and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. Eventually, he fights his way to freedom. But most of the black people who are under Muhammad's care, like he puts a big bundle on some dude in the hot desert several times. And he's like, this is too much for me to carry. I'm about to black out. And I believe he does black out in one instance. He says, Muhammad says, you're a ship. You're a ship, brother. Be strong. You're a ship. You know, so Islam itself is more of a Quraysh identity. And more than Quraysh, it happens outside of the land of Africa. So it's a mix of ideas. We don't know for sure that it has its foundation in Africa. Other than King Najasha, who's the Christian king, and I'm going to end it here. Other than King Najasha, who assists them as a Christian king and converts to Islam, and he's black, and he tells the Quraysh clan who's chasing him, ready to get rid of him, that no, because they recognize Jesus, we subside with this particular religion. I'm not sure that there's any influence from inside of Africa, but more outside, probably more Persian, probably more
Tell it straight, Tell that shit straight.
Probably more Syrian, absolutely. And that is why they don't even like or take akin to the ancestors in that fashion. So it's totally different than African cultures.
Well, okay, so let's get back to my okay, so Asar, thanks so much, right?
You know what
because wait, hold on. No, hold on. I was still talking.
You gotta Elton.
Right? I was still talking. So let's get back. I'm just gonna ask you to get in my class for a second, right? In my class, I have said that Dr. Wesley Muhammad, his concepts of black anything, black Arabia, black Quraysh, black Arab, black, that none of that have any foundation because there's no interaction with the term black. There's none. He's inserting those things, but you don't see black anything in the text. What you do see, the interactions when it has to do with black, you have the stories of the stories of the black ants and the white ants, right? You have things like that where the black ants is bad and the white ants is good, and etc. And you have these metaphors. I'm talking about blackness. I'm not talking about Africanness. Yeah. Right? So there's no veneration of anything black. So that's why you can have black slaves. You can have black slaves because there's no interaction with the concept of black that makes black special. None. Now, African, okay, you can argue aspects of whether or not some of these people have some African connection. Yeah. But the reality is there is no reality, no black reality. None.
Oh, kill him, big brother. Kill him, big brother Reggie. Kill him. Kill him.
Yeah, there's none. And so when you have someone like Dr. Wesley Muhammad talking and making these things up, when you peel it back, it's just made up, feel good stuff that really can't be sourced. It's just talk, right? Because there is no interaction. Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say to my brother Sar, right? Sar, there's no interaction of blackness. Because
Absolutely.
skin color is the same. Do you care? Do you come out of the same cultural stories? No.
No.
Yes.
And in fact, when you mention that, when you do interact with black, it's always evil. The jinn is black. The jinn is made of black smokeless fire, similar to the Egyptian story, how we're created by Ra, and the smokeless fire becomes the tears of Ra. The Dajjal, which is black, and blah 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 blah, is an eye, the eye
The
of Ra.
Zinj, the Bilal
Everything.
al-Sudan, all of
Yeah,
these interactions when it comes to black are negative.
the black
Nothing
dog is a
positive,
jinn.
huh? The what?
The black dog is a jinn and it's evil. You should kill it on sight.
Hey, also, Asar, speak on what this morphosized into. It started as, this Canaanite or Arabian Peninsula, dogma, but speak on what it eventually transcended to, which is Hinduism.
Well, Hinduism is a little different,
Yeah,
but
but
I
that's what I'm
feel you.
saying. It
It,
it
and this
morphosized.
is
It
this is what
morphosized because that's where it all comes from.
well the caste system, right, comes
Yes,
from that. So
that's what I'm talking
you
about.
on point there.
But
But before they
Yeah,
make this caste system go out, remember Hindus were connected, and even before they was called because India is originally called Hindustan, and initially you have us rocking with Hindus. Most of their early culture is really dark skinned. They'll tell you
yes,
that, plus you can still see it.
right.
Then they go into the caste system from the Punjabis to even my ex-wife, who is a Bengali, and
Mhm.
the lighter of them is supposedly the better of them, but most of the culture is dark skinned. The dark skinned ones are called the untouchables,
So
and
if you
it's
break,
because you're not to have
not to
sex or whatever
intrude,
with
not
them.
to cut you off, my brother Asar, but if you break this down in layman terms, it seems to me that you are saying that some black kings and queens ventured out into the Arabian Peninsula to teach sacred ancient African language and spiritualism, and in turn, they got slapped in their face, and what you see is the roots of it being ancient African history and spiritualism, but it was taken and stolen from them and revised into racism.
No.
Well,
You're
according
making up a
to
narrative,
yeah,
Robert Brown, you're making up a narrative that you can only agree with, right?
Well, no,
And
I'm
I
just
and
asking a
you
question.
might do,
I'm
but
just
that's
asking a question.
so according to
wait,
our
hold
text,
on. Say what?
I'm just
he
asking
said
a
he's just
question,
asking
big
a
brother.
question.
I'm not.
Right,
I'm
right.
not
And
making
I'm
more so a
responding.
statement. Huh?
But I'm responding. You
Yeah.
make your statement again, and I'm gonna show you what happens to it again.
Okay. Well, it seems to me the way that my brother is framing this is me on looking at it in layman terms. It appears as if the roots may have had African connection. We may have substantial evidence that it was African connection because we seen the Buddha heads.
Okay,
We've seen,
stop. We're
well,
talking
see,
about Wesley Muhammad and
yeah,
Black
yeah,
Arabia.
yeah.
We're not talking about that. All right, so
Yeah.
continue because I just need to. So go ahead, because I got to stop you right there.
No. I'm not. But see, that's what we talking about Wesley, but we're also in a sense speaking about what's before predates Wesley. I
Well,
Okay, but
acknowledge.
stop because he's not talking about anything that predates Islam.
Yes, I understand that, big
So
brother.
stop.
Yeah, we that head is cut off, big brother. We know that. But I'm talking
No.
about
See, the
what.
difference, I'm warning you. See, I try to warn you. Like the difference is I've talked to these people.
I
I've talked to
understand.
Wesley Muhammad,
I
right?
understand.
I
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm on the show. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 59 years old. I've talked to many notable people in this world, in this discussion, directly. And I can tell you where you could win at and where you can lose at.
Yes.
Don't
Yes,
go
big
down a
brother.
rabbit hole. Be very specific to his what he is saying correctly and what
Yeah.
he's saying incorrectly.
Big brother, we know that this man is way off. We're not substantiating anything Wesley Muhammad is talking about. Nothing.
The
This
only
man
reason
is
why I'm
what?
on this panel
Yeah.
is talking about this particular show
Yeah.
that Smash Rockwell is showing about Wesley Muhammad.
Yes, we understand that, big brother, but we also understand that it's a deeper conversation than just what's dealing
No,
with
no, no,
Wesley
no. So
Muhammad.
let's go. So you wanna, or you a teacher, or you a learner, or you a layman, or what? What
I
are
am
you?
I'm just a man.
Okay, so now I am I've told you in the beginning I'm on my horse.
I understand.
I'm
Yeah.
on my horse,
I
and I'm
missed that
very
part.
very
I missed that
specific.
part. I didn't want to come in. You know, I always vouch for you, big brother. I always say, don't know,
You can vouch for me when I'm right, and when I'm wrong, you can
yeah.
show me that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I'm
show me
saying
where
I
I'm wrong.
always vouch for you when you know what I'm saying, and I always state that when you in this type of mindset, don't nobody want to really be in that war path, but also understand that I'm an ally and not an enemy.
Show me where I am wrong.
This is not my objective, is to come in and show you where you're wrong. I'm here to agree with my brothers, which is what I've been doing thus far.
Okay, well, if I'm not so sure that you agree with me because I'm very specific on
Yeah.
Dr. Wesley Muhammad's mistakes of
Well,
using the word black, and
well,
we are
that's
going for it.
well, you can't make his argument my own, which is that's not his argument is not my argument. If you have listened closely, and I understand we get very emotional in these type of
Now
heated
I'm
discussions.
emotional.
Yeah, I understand, but you
No, no,
also,
you said I'm emotional.
well, I'm saying we all get emotional in
No, no,
these.
no. Actually, I am actually not emotional.
Well, if you weren't as emotional as I would deem you to be, then you will understand that I'm actually in agreement with you.
No,
Hey
and I'm
James, you got the
saying
host? You
that,
got the host, James?
yeah,
I'm in
and I'm saying
agreement.
that you're not in agreement with me.
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you were in agree with me, if you
Yeah,
were in agreement with me, you would be specifically on the subject of where Dr. Wesley Muhammad.
but I am.
All
I'm.
right, let's
We
just
if
finish building, Reggie. You starting the fire out of nothing. Finish saying what
that's
you
what
were
I'm
saying.
saying. If I wasn't in agreement with you, then we wouldn't have separated two different time periods that as we just did. We separated time periods. We separated an ancient hypothetical culture, which we deem or may not deem to be have its roots in or its origin in ancient Africa, and we deem modern culture, which we know to be from a usurper or a conqueror or a misuser and a temperer of
All right, I have to ask you some questions.
yeah,
Reggie
Now I have
want
to
to
ask you
debate.
some.
Come on. Somebody in the audience said, will someone just argue with Reggie or disagree so he could be happy?
yeah.
Reggie
He's
want to
upset,
debate,
Big Brother Smash. He's
huh?
very upset, King. Like, and I
No, because
understand
I'm not. I can speak for my daggone self.
where you
You
are.
people will get up there and talk to Wesley Muhammad, and he
No,
will
don't
run
say
a
you
train on
people
you, a
because
choo-choo.
don't you can't include me in that, Big Brother.
Don't even back and forth. Just
I'm gonna
let
say
Reggie have the floor for a minute.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I'm
he wrong
You
already
got the
though.
floor. Go ahead. We
Yeah, go
listen.
ahead.
yeah, okay. So, so everybody got some. What do you call? Got balls. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like some of the people that I work with, like Smash and Asar, they're able to uh, reach out and touch people at sometimes. Meaning they're able to interact and have a conversation.
Yeah, not
Has
excluding me.
anybody
Everything.
here ever had a conversation with Dr. Wesley Muhammad
Right.
directly?
Exclude UK and Robert Brown. Let's just throw him under the bus.
I'm saying that I'm asking, has anybody on this platform has had a conversation, has had, first of all, has had a conversation with Dr. Wesley Muhammad?
I don't give a goddamn
I
about
have
Wesley
back in the
Muhammad.
day, but see, you still making it the back and forth between you. He said anybody on the panel.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about Wesley Muhammad. I don't acknowledge NOI members except for Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali and Khalid Muhammad. I don't give a flying damn about Wesley Muhammad. Nothing. I don't care about him whatsoever. If your name is not Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, or Khalid Muhammad, I could give two damns about you as far as the NOI is concerned.
Well, I have met Minister Louis Farrakhan. I have met Malcolm's whole family, right? I have met Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I have met Dr. Wesley Muhammad.
Yeah.
Right? I think that in the course of my own growth, right, in my own growth, I've had a chance to see that our people are not perfect. Malcolm was the person who brought us into this stuff.
Malcolm
but look,
was
we're gonna get off course because let's talk about the Black Arabians. Yes,
right?
No
Okay, I'm
because
trying to.
the argument is taking us off.
Malcolm began to venture out into African culture towards the end of his scholastic career. Began to separate from the NOI, as did Muhammad Ali, as did Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, but he brought us into another form of Islam, a more orthodox form of Islam.
But you also got to add context into his actions. His actions. What I'm saying, he didn't do it to indoctrinate people. He did it because he thought that was the way to spiritual and financial and economical and emotional and physical spiritual freedom. He didn't do it intentionally to indoctrinate us and hurt us.
Oh yeah, he did. He first indoctrinated us into the Nation of Islam. He was the chief indoctrinator of our people into as being as a lieutenant under Minister under the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was Elijah Muhammad's sword. What are you talking about?
And he also was the chief leader in an example of how to separate yourself from shit that you know. Once you find out the truth that is folly, he began to separate himself from that organization.
He did with the help of Dr. John Henry Clark and others.
All right, well, let's go with that.
He did, but what I'm just trying to say is that he had his own growth cycle, right? Yeah. He's human. He had his own growth cycle, right? Minister Louis Farrakhan, right? He did what Malcolm taught him to do, defend the messenger. Mr. Louis Farrakhan did nothing that Malcolm didn't teach him to do. Malcolm changed.
Malcolm never taught Minister Farrakhan to condemn black hair or black African features, and that's something that Minister Farrakhan did, and then he had to come back and apologize for it. Malcolm stopped perming his hair and embraced his African features and said that this was beautiful and African and correct and right.
He stopped, he changed, but the people who he had taught those lessons to, they did not change. That's why when Malcolm knew who he insulted because he had trained them. Malcolm was a chief enforcer of those policies.
I'm driving out here. I see y'all shooting.
You understand, when you teach somebody something and you indoctrinate them and you change, you didn't give them a chance to change. You changed.
He did give him a chance to change when he told them that Muhammad, whatever that boy name is, Muhammad, what's the nigga name?
Farad Muhammad.
No, not Farrar. His Elijah Muhammad. He gave them a chance to change when he exposed that man from messing with and impregnating underage women.
But they found out that wasn't true, Robert.
No, no, they did find out it was very much true. That man found he was following
In
in the paths
Islam, you
of
could
his
do that. What are you talking about?
huh?
In Islam, you can do that.
Yeah, exactly. And Malcolm, as a righteous man, understood that that was just because the religion said that it was to be deemed correct, that it was actually incorrect.
Not in Islam. In Islam, you can have multiple wives.
Malcolm was a righteous man. It's not about multiple wives. Those women were underage.
I think I know more about El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X, than I think anybody on this panel. I know his family. I know his sister. I know his wife. Right? I'm not in no fairy tale. These are people that I actually know.
You saying that Malcolm X broke away from the organization because he was jealous? It's only one or two ways. You can't. It's only one or two options. Either he broke away because Elijah Muhammad was a fraud, or he broke away because he wanted his power and wanted to take over. So which one is it?
It's neither nor.
Oh,
it's
right.
neither nor. He was caught up in the circumstances of what was happening in far as American.
The record don't reflect that.
American politics.
The record don't reflect that, big brother Reggie. That's not what the record reflects.
You ain't got the records. What record you got?
Well, I'm saying the record.
What the hell? What record you got? This Casa record?
Hey, y'all in the danger room. Go on and handle it.
I mean, what? You got some Akasha records? I know.
Man,
the hell you was there?
We got Malcolm X's words. Fuck a Akashic record. We talk about Malcolm, the words that came out of Malcolm's mouth.
Hey, listen.
He said Malcolm said it. That's his source.
Yeah, Malcolm said it. He said.
Hey, come on, Smash.
No, I'm refereeing. I'm letting y'all go.
Don't. Malcolm said a lot.
Yeah, he did.
What I said was Malcolm began to change. Malcolm began to see contradictions.
There you go.
In the person that in his leader.
Right.
However,
that's a bold statement, big brother. That's a very bold statement.
No. When you join an organization and the organization feeds you, the organization builds you, the organization gives you ways and means, and then you go, and then all of a sudden you have a disagreement, right?
About
Malcolm
what?
Was a 39-year-old man when he died.
About the disagreement was
Malcolm
about
was
what?
39 years old. We're all older than El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. Every single one of us.
I'm not older than Malcolm.
Then you should take a break.
I am taking a break to listen to what he said and what his.
You should take a break. He's 39 years old. He is still learning. He's understanding there's some contradictions in the integrity of Elijah Muhammad.
Explain why Malcolm X said that the one thing that he wished was that he never turned his back on Malcolm X. Explain that.
Say that again.
Explain to me why Muhammad Ali, the greatest of all time, the greatest boxer of all time, the king of kings, explain to me why he said that his number one regret in life was that he turned his back from Malcolm.
Yeah, because we're not talking about Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to use evidentiary.
Muhammad Ali's a goddamn boxer. We're talking about world history and politics.
So now you're going to exclude the greatest of all time?
Yeah.
You don't mean shit?
Yeah, because he ain't got nothing to do. He's a recruit. He's a convert. He's a convert himself.
What? So Muhammad Ali is nothing now.
No,
He's
that's not what I'm
nobody.
saying. I'm just saying that you got a weak point.
So he's not intelligent. He's not a good man.
I'm
He's
saying
not
you
a,
got a weak point. He's a boxer. He's been a
why
student of
would he?
world history.
Okay, so if he's so weak, tell me why at his weakest point that he would choose to follow Malcolm instead of Elijah Muhammad.
I think that he had. Listen, these are these people are small. This is basically you got to see them as family.
Yeah.
They're working through the problems of a family, right? They appreciate each other. Malcolm was a great recruiter of Minister Louis Farrakhan, of Cassius Clay, turned Muhammad Ali. He was a great recruiter of many of the great people in the Nation of Islam.
Add some context to that. Why
You
is
said
it?
what?
Why was he such a great recruiter? Add some context. Probably because he wasn't getting all these underage women pregnant. And he had one wife named the Honorable Betty Shabazz, who was my screensaver on my Facebook profile.
On your Facebook profile, you actually did that?
On my Facebook profile, I have
Is
Malcolm
that is
X's
that is
wife.
that your Facebook profile means something?
What I'm telling to you
Mm.
is that she resonates with me very deeply.
But I met her. I met Betty Shabazz. Not that I meet Betty Shabazz. I was an escort. I walked into a
All
car
right,
many
okay.
nights.
You escorted her, you met her. Now, was she a great woman or was she not?
Oh, she's somebody that I knew.
But hold
Was
on,
she a
y'all
great
went so
woman?
far off that it ain't even relevant to what we talking about no
No,
more.
I'm not going far off. He's going far off.
No, I'm
I'm
not going
still
far
I'm
off. I'm
still trying to
asking
deal with
you.
the fact that Dr. Wesley Muhammad's usage of black has no interaction to make black important.
I said that. I agree with you. I don't know why you arguing with me about what
My next point,
they made a goddamn movie about it.
my next point of it is that all black, all of our people, we go through different modes of in inquiry, right? And so when we actually go through those different modes, different things come out of the equation. Different things come out of the equation. So in this particular situation, with the interactions of what you call Black Muslims, Black Islam, and all of that, in fact of that, trying to figure out why Black is so important. then trying to connect it with what was there earlier. What was there earlier? What could we call Black and what we could not call Black? It's certainly not skin color. Certainly not skin color. To find out, so these groups of people that come from Yemen, that find themselves in Saudi Arabia, right? That find themselves in the Caribbean. Those things may happen, but they may not have had a interaction, a positive interaction with anything black. Nothing. That they didn't. Did they call themselves black? No, they didn't separate themselves like that. Now there were other cultures like the Sabian culture, connected to the Ethiopian culture. Yes, they may have been African people, but did they venerate being black? No, not
No,
necessarily.
they started venerating Brahmanism and
Huh?
Brahmins and shit. White people.
What, from Yemen? The groups of people in Yemen?
See, Brother Reggie, I would appreciate if you wouldn't undermine my position as you have done since I have entered to this cipher, into this dojo. Man, I'm talking about Hinduism, man, which was my initial point. Hinduism, which is derives from all that shit that we talking about.
That has something. Wait, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna be your student. I'm not gonna undermine you. You tell me how Arabic and this Hinduism connect up to. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Talking about. So we're gonna sit here and act like Arabs and Indians are not affiliated with one another.
No, you teach. You teach.
Yeah.
You don't want me to, I'm not going to undermine you. You teach. Go ahead.
Some Arabs, because anybody that's got two eyes that ain't freaking Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder can understand and see that Arabs and Indians of India are the same goddamn people because they both from where? The Arabian Peninsula.
The people of India is from the Arabian Peninsula.
It's all coming from in
No,
that region.
Robert. Robert,
It's
that's
all
not true.
coming
You
from
stretch
that
that a
region.
little far. Just don't. You ain't gotta bang. You just trying to chill. You
Well,
said
I'm
that
just
they was
saying,
both from
King,
the
they
Arabian
all coming
Peninsula.
from over there, man. It's no surprise why they have features and similarities that's so alike. These are the same people, man.
I get what you're saying, but you probably mean they're all Asian descent.
I'm
That's probably
telling
really
you
what you mean.
that my lion eyes, if you want to argue with that, my lion eyes would tell me that an Arab and an Indian, that they ain't nothing but cousins and of the same family tree.
You can
Well,
say
they're Asians. They're Asians. That's why they will be related in that way of kind of what you're saying. And genetically speaking,
Yeah,
yes,
they're
they would be.
genetically similar, man. And it's no surprise why they both feel like they superior to black Africans.
Yeah, but you going from genetics to like religion
yeah.
to
I mean,
theology.
genetics, religion, geography. It's you know what I'm saying? Like these are the same people, man. Just like the Nubians and the Egyptians are the same people. The Arabs and the goddamn Indians is the same people.
Nah, that's not like that, bro.
Well, it
They
sure
don't
is.
really shit. I mean, so when you, if we look at the map, I need you to see what I'm saying. We can look at the map. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm listening to your argument, but it's hard to agree with that.
I think there's a certain point there to be made that I can agree with in a certain way.
The
But as you
Western
said, Mark,
Peninsula.
no, I understand what you're saying, but you might be framing the argument. It's the way that you're framing the argument because I'm sure there is some connection that I wouldn't deny. But I
They
think you're just
all
framing the
Near East
argument a
and
little
Far
differently.
East, man. Okay, well, bottom line is they ain't like Africans, man.
All right,
Well,
so so this
I
is
would
what
agree with
he's
that.
saying basically.
They more similar to each other than they are similar to Africans,
I'm
man.
not mad at you, but I just want to show people the geography of what you saying. You saying the people in this green patch right here is the
Yeah.
same as the people right here, because this would be India. Am I incorrect?
Well, when I mean, shit. I mean, in my
Yeah, that's
mind,
not a far stretch. Are you saying that so everything occupying these areas was at one time considered the East, right?
Far
And
East and the Near East, man.
okay, so you saying the Far East would include some of India, as we see. If they was taking it all the way back to over here, then it would, correct or incorrect, anybody?
I'm saying that they related, man. Them people of the Asian continent with that, not to be offensive, but with that straight hair and that brown skin and that straight hair and those religions that's constantly undermining African religions, they ain't nothing but cousins.
Well, historically, it's a lot of divide amongst the people in these regions, and they fought wars against each other. Even I'm saying, so did Africans. That don't make Africans not Africans.
That's what
This
I'm saying.
isn't this
Yeah,
isn't being
exactly.
said to contradict your point. I'm just saying they gave us certain things that let us know they separated themselves, and it wasn't just one big thing. Like when who did the Mongols come through and smash on? Who
Man,
did the Persians
King,
come through and smash on? How far did Persia go back east and where did it stop? They had separate
these
divisions,
people,
but I kind of like just was showing people your argument is that everything from this green would stretch over into this
these
India
people ain't
area
nothing
too.
but family that's arguing amongst each other, just like Africans, King. They all related.
Well, that's a he does have a point there because
They all related.
Historically Islam is one of the reasons now why you have India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan.
That's what I'm
It,
telling you.
it
They
is a
all
religious
related.
thing. That's a fact.
So
That is a
for
fact.
some reason, it's a dude named Jose Chavez who feel like this is his opportunity to attack fundamental Black Americans with his capital letter post in the chat, saying in California, FBA is literally homeless men. That don't make no sense.
Hey, Jose, you can shut the hell up.
Yeah,
because
and then maybe it ain't no moderator who could pop him or nothing right now.
Hey, man, Sadiq, get on that board.
I don't know who out there. I don't know who.
Yo,
but,
peace, everybody. I'm on the show. I'm just up sitting back chilling.
Yeah,
I just speaking right now.
Peace, Pan African James. How you doing?
I'm all right. What's up with you, Smash?
Nothing.
But yeah, I don't be liking when we be arguing about stuff like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it kind of messed up the show to me too.
But the reason why, because we already, I mean, most of us on here are chronologists. We should be able to understand and separate this stuff from a chronological perspective. We start talking about the Nubian complex, it ain't no Arabs. That ain't even really no white people in the Arabian Peninsula. Or mixed people. That's so far back that genetically it's nothing but Africans in the peninsula. So
James, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pan-African James, my brother, and I apologize for any
no need to go through all of it.
Well, I just to do it publicly because I'm just that type of real king like that.
All right, go ahead.
Pan-African James, you're my brother and I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? I never wanted to fall out with my brother. Let me be honest with you, and I can say that publicly for my brothers. Let me ask you a question. Are Arabs and Indians from the continent of Asia, do they have mostly African DNA or do they mostly have non-African DNA?
Well, that's a tricky question right there, Robert, because see, I would say based on what they do now off in genetics that they would have non-African DNA.
You go, King. Appreciate
that's just basically what they say genetically, but we know that all humans have to have some type of African DNA. They would have more African DNA than a European or people that's further out like the Asians or so forth. But that trajectory for African genetics kind of being retained is a southern trajectory. So you start dealing with, hold on, Robert. You start dealing with the Dravidians, which is the people that were there before the people that we call Indians today. Those people are admixed people.
Pan-African James. Okay, here comes my follow-up question. Because I can clear that up, everything you just said, because I'm a sharp magi. Let me ask you this second follow-up question for the people that's listening. Y'all pay attention. At what point do you have to have a certain number of non-African DNA to be considered non-African?
Well, that percentage is 2%.
I would say, I don't know. Now I'm back on the panel.
That ain't saying right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reggie, but I don't think that.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm talking about archaic. I'm talking about archaic integration, meaning Neanderthal DNA. I'm not talking about human DNA.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I'm glad you cleared that up.
That's what I'm talking about. That threshold is only archaic admixture that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about human DNA. Once you get a 2%,
it's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant question. That's an irrelevant question.
Hey,
you could be a blue, black, African from the Rift Valley and betray African people. Who your DNA is got nothing to do with what your culture is. What your culture is.
I don't care what your culture is because you could be in
your culture.
That's definitely
true, your religion, your value system is going to determine what you're going to do in this life.
No, you can be.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on, Rob. That's definitely true because
it's not gonna. It doesn't matter what's in your damn.
I can be a white
DNA.
Boy,
okay, but hold on. Let's just do this. Okay, so we're talking about Wesley Muhammad. He's an African American too, but he's indoctrinated with Islam or the Nation of Islam. So he's culturally different from what we're talking about.
There you go,
Exactly.
So we definitely get, but we had to talk about this in a more not argumentative manner.
Yeah, it's no. What's the fake argument for? I don't even get it. It's making me think.
He's indoctrinated.
Well, let me just show y'all something.
Go ahead. Let me mute that.
I'm sitting here thinking that these are the part of the shows I'm growing to not like. Opening up my platform for worthless arguments about nothing just because cats got an argumentative disposition. Meaning, no matter what conversation you're coming towards, it'll be addressed like an argument or like it's just a debate. And those dispositions make me sit here being like, okay, I probably want to stop now because I'm just hosting a bunch of dysfunction. And so I'm like, what if we just want to argue with everybody we talk with about whatever we talking about, that's not necessarily what I'm trying to host. Anyone can, it says allows participants to unmute themselves. I just press the mute to get that statement off. But anyone can.
That's why I came on Smash.
Well, it's Smash. Exactly. Smash Rockwell.
What's up with it?
Talking about?
When I came on, I was specifically talking about Dr. Wesley Muhammad.
Correct.
Right? I was talking about his fallacies. I was trying to point out that his concept of Black Arabia, Black Muslim, Black Islam, all of this has nothing to do with interactions of being Black. Nothing.
That's you.
Right? You. And I was trying to let the people know that that's part of some of the problems that we have in these conversations, that when people want to use the word Black, but how are they using the word Black? What's the purpose of the Black? Now, I have to just be careful, right? Because I don't want to come on nobody's platform, right? And be argumentative, right? But when I find out that people being argumentative with me,
no.
Say what?
No, Brother Reggie. You're the one that's being.
No, that's what I'm saying. What you're injecting right now in the middle of him speaking, cutting him off, saying no, and then you about to prove he's the one being argumentative is continuing the unnecessary argument.
No, what I'm saying
you don't understand
is,
that what you contributing right now is mostly confusion, Robert. Just keep it a buck. Like you came on with this, it ain't necessary to be acting like that or contending against everything being said by anybody. That's what you're doing.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. What you just said. I agree with Brother Asar when he was on the panel, so I did not contradict him. I'm saying for a fact that I just agreed with my man who was on just now giving a spiel, Joey. I just agreed with him. Brother Reggie is the only person I didn't agree with.
Okay, well maybe I was wrong in saying that, and I'm taking that back. Now keep going.
It's because I did not agree with Brother Reggie because he is telling me that I don't agree with him when I agree with him. I've been saying that from the damn beginning. I said that in like one of my earliest statements. That I am not in disagreement with Brother Reggie. I don't know why he is continuously argumentative with my point of view when I'm in agreement with him. I don't agree with Brother Muhammad or whatever his name is. I have said this. Did I not say this? Somebody in the chat put if I said this or not, man. Please put this shit. If I said that I don't agree with this man. I told you I only agree with 3 NOI members. Which is Brother Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, and Khalid Muhammad. I said this. I don't know. I don't even rock with no other Islamists from the NOI. I said this. Brother Red point is that This Islamist point of view is not African, and I agree. That's his overall point of view.
Okay.
What I have been trying to say is looking at the corpus of Dr. Wesley Muhammad's, or looking at his arguments, right? And trying to let the people know that he is gaslighting the word black and misusing the word black. And I'm not saying that you are disagreeing with me on that. It's not what I'm saying. People are on their different growth stages. He's a young man. He wasn't around during the time of Malcolm, and neither was I. I was born 3 months after Malcolm died. I know people who were left after Malcolm, but I also know that El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, Malcolm X, made some mistakes. And he made some mistakes.
What mistakes is
Simply, when you join an organization, and you find yourself in leadership, if you have reasons to leave or be pushed out, then the problem was that Malcolm used, unfortunately, the United States press to make points against his leader, right? Amongst people who he trained to defend the leader, right? Then that became problematic. Also, El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, our brother Malcolm X, was also a young man. And part of the issue was that there was a woman that he had known that found herself as a wife of Elijah Muhammad, which seemed to complicate the matters, made it more personal than what it was. And then there was just how the frustration of Malcolm when Malcolm was trying to send messages to the messenger, and there were elements inside the Nation of Islam that wouldn't let the situation to be resolved, that caused more of the problem. If they were able to reconcile some of the thinking, some of what we know about Malcolm X that appeared later would never have appeared, because he would have just went back into the Nation of Islam. And if those things could have been resolved, he would have been still a member of the Nation of Islam.
No, he
And
would
history
not
would have
have
changed
been.
itself.
He would not have been. Why you keep saying that? He took a bold stand against the Nation of Islam.
Hey, would y'all want to have this discussion like this as a topic, Malcolm X? And I would like to hear y'all.
No, I don't think actually Smash. Here's the thing, and I try to be kind of nice about this. I really try to be nice about this.
Tell me
I don't want to have a I wanted to have the conversation. It's my time, just like it's all of our time. I decided to click on to deal with what you was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is something else. But what I do have to show is that since 1983, 84, I've been a member of the Organization of Afro-American Unity. For the last, it is now, let's say, I can say for 40 years of my life, I have helped Professor Small run the longest pilgrimage to Malcolm X's grave. I have met so many people involved in Malcolm's life. Those people included his family. Those people included people who were against Malcolm. I'm in the press. I put out my life, right? my personal life to defend El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, right? And I can't tell you all the things. I have been on the other line, right? The other space. In some regards, an enemy of the Nation of Islam, for real.
Yeah,
right?
we all
I
are.
have been, no, I have been, but I have reconciled. I have reconciled because I understand history and I understand life, right? So I have reconciled, but I have actually been there. I'm not an armchair person, right? I've been on the front line, right? If you go to the pilgrimage of Malcolm X, you will see me and see who I am. But you don't know.
Or did he not turn away from Elijah Muhammad?
Elijah Muhammad, for him, was always his spiritual father. He has regrets about them not coming together. He unfortunately put himself in a situation where he made some statements to the world using the United States press that really couldn't take him back, that put him on a negative side. You want to keep covering. Okay, you teach.
No, I mean, y'all keep pushing on with that convo after I asked politely a few times. Let's not even keep talking about that. I asked, do y'all want the stage to have that discussion?
Yeah,
and Cash just kept on talking
I said
about
no.
I know.
And I told you
and
my
so
reasons
now
why.
I'm just like, what is we doing? Like, why is there such?
Smash.
Why is it
I would
such?
like the stage. Yeah, give me the stage, Smash.
All right, well then I will put up a show that's directly talking about that. But now we contributing hella content to a show that don't got that in the title about nothing.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, when somebody else gonna get to speak?
Well, y'all had the flow for the last 30 minutes. Who is somebody else? You mean other people besides y'all two?
Or anybody?
Y'all, you just been speaking for the last hour. So let's honor what you just said and let some other people speak.
You
like
get
Joey
in,
or James or somebody else,
bro. Because
let me.
Am I incorrect, y'all? Like, have I not been listening to some shit I've been trying to stop for the last 30 minutes on my own show? And I asked in hella polite ways, and niggas keep talking past your request, even talking while you talking. I don't understand how we carry ourselves. Like, I'm just, I could just not ask shit and just control the show. But I be wondering when niggas gonna man up and honor the simple request you said, like, yo, let's carry on with something else. And then cats go, look, but hold up, why Malcolm do this?
Yeah, but I'm saying, ain't nobody been talking about Brother Reggie. I just been having to butt in this whole time.
No, you've been talking equally, if not as much as him. I can't let you say that, Robert. Ain't nobody been talking but Brother Reggie. You've been had the flow since you came in. You've been talking.
I ain't never had the flow since I came in.
Oh, all right. You got the flow. I thought you had the flow, but you got it now.
I ain't had the floor since I came in. Peace to the Black God, Smash Rockwell. And I appreciate you, Black God, for you know what I mean, disseminating and you know what I mean, regulating this thing how a true God would do. But at the same time, God, I gotta fight for my rights. You know what I'm saying? As your brother, because I am your brother, and Brother Reggie's brother. You know what I'm saying? And Asar Car's brother. I had one contention which had nothing to do with Brother Reggie. When I clicked the link first, I'm the first one who clicked the link. It had nothing to do with Brother Reggie or his contentions or his ideals. I had a contention with Islam in itself. The fact that I can Google it and understand that it is a product of the Arabian Peninsula. It is not African at all. It is not of African origin at all. Now, no matter if you want to make an argument about the black ancient Buddha heads that Renoka Rashidi found it with the black goddesses, you know what I'm saying, with the black Buddha heads and shit like that. That's all beautiful and excellent, which is what I told our brother, the sheriff. That's a beautiful thing. You only want to present archaeological evidence in the sense of artifacts, but I need a written or oral or something on, you know what I'm saying? Something that has writing on it. That's what I need.
But Robert, he did that. He showed you sources.
Who showed me sources? Who did that?
Max was showing sources along the lines of what you
show me a
about.
source.
What source I saw? I was just listening.
Man,
no. When he first started,
all due respect.
But when he first started the show, he was showing sources based on the conversation that we were having at the moment.
Right.
He wasn't prepared to have this conversation that you're talking about.
That's a broad statement, Joy. That's a very broad statement. First off, I'm seeking sources that pinpoint African origin in the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, so yeah, when we were on that discussion, I did start looking up stuff on the internet when we were at that part of the conversation, and was simply providing things that I could pull up to talk about what we knew in there. But those sources I pull up weren't necessary to contradict or to support Africans in the peninsula. It was to lay out what we know about the use of Semitic language. As Wesley Muhammad was saying, Egyptians and Semites were cousins at that point.
Okay, well, we know that to be true.
So I don't necessarily think that, I mean, my stance wouldn't be that that's all the way true,
well,
but I'm not about to argue that right now, because I spoke a lot on it earlier.
We know that to be true. We know that Africans are the origins of Semitic language. Because if you don't have Africans as the origins of Semitic languages, then you got Semitics as the origins of African language, which we know is folly.
But let me jump in here for a second.
Joey, hold on. Just wait a second. Because I built on this in my presentation, which is one of the best presentations on this channel. If I do say so.
Best presentations on this channel? Using work that we have all constructed?
One of, Brother Reggie, goddamn. One of. It's a great presentation. It's talking, man. Anyway, let's continue forward. I'm saying that when it comes to Semitic language, we know without a shadow of a doubt that its origins are African. We know this.
But Robert, we have to acknowledge two things here. Number one, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a Semitic language, because that is a biblical reference. There's no historical reference to anything called Semitic.
Okay, well, what you want to say?
Biblical and religious, and there's no such thing as Afroasiatic.
Okay, well, what you want to call it? Near Eastern?
But I understand what you're saying, but we have to acknowledge here.
What do you want to call it? It don't matter what you want.
I don't know what to call it. They're saying Semitic, so we're going to go with the term, but we acknowledging that the term is a biblical term.
Let's go with Near Eastern.
Okay, all right.
Near Eastern languages. We know.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Originate from African language. We know that from the Afroasiatic.
But there's a discrepancy with the term Afroasiatic.
What type of man would I be to not acknowledge that when that was in my very own presentation?
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is there is a contention within academia on if Afroasiatic is a real language phylum or if that is made up. So we have to acknowledge that. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Let me
But
ask
there
you
is a
this.
fair contention.
Now, that's why I need my brother Pan-African James to step in, because one thing about it is, just because that's a Afro-Asiatic language, Afro-Asiatic means it came from Africa and went into Asia. That's what Afro-Asiatic means.
That ain't necessarily true.
Oh my God, smash! Yes, it does mean that.
No. Now, what you said is true that it left out of Africa and went into Asia, but that's not what Afro-Asiatic means. That's what I'm saying. Feel me? Like if you ask somebody what is the definition of Afro-Asiatic, they're not gonna say it left out of Africa and went into Asia.
Yeah, okay, Smash. You got it. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. We Afro-Asiatic languages left out of the Nile Valley, left out of the Horn of Africa, and they went into Asia.
That's true.
This is what, if I don't stand up for that.
But one of them did, my brother. The Semitic language. All of them didn't. You know, the other 5 stayed on the continent.
That's right. It's only like 1 or 2 languages, I think more so 1, that went into Asia. These Africans taught these Asians a language. That's what they are telling you when they say Afro-Asiatic. It throws the common layman off and making them think that Asiatics had something to do with this language, when in fact, Africans are the ones who created these multitude of languages and brought them into Asia to teach. So the question becomes, who did they teach? These are people that could be considered non-African in a predominantly fashion. Everybody, if you're a modern human being, is considered as a African, but we're talking about a certain time frame right now. Are they considered as modern human beings? Probably so.
I don't know, man.
Maybe. Now it's time for a real argument.
Man. Nah, we didn't stretch this out too long. Just 10 minutes ago, you said you never even had the flow. Then you laid out your argument for 10 minutes, so allow us to carry on.
Go ahead, God.
Thank
you got
you.
it.
Thank you. What's up with Pan-African James? Oh, he not there. James, you there? Reggie, y'all there?
What's happening, Smash?
Nothing. Trying to just keep it moving. How y'all doing?
Man, everything is gravy. I mean, it's a different day. We almost getting ready to jump into this 2025 Gregorian calendar, however you say it. I'm not a Greek, but it's just interesting. I mean, we got some other pressing issues that I be thinking we need to be dealing with, but we always find ourselves.
Well, bring them up. Bring them up. What are they?
I mean, like if we were to talk, I mean, I woke up at once, man, so I didn't see everything that you had put down as far as like dealing with this Wesley Muhammad thing.
Yeah. We dealt with that. We could go back to it. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm tripping on, and for us as supposed to be people that's dealing with it from a chronological perspective, we could just put it into an AD period and just leave it at that. It's that simple.
You know what? No, Wesley Muhammad's work extends it all the way back to Sumer, and that's half of the problem.
Yeah, right. but okay, that's great. Okay, so you saying he's doing that, but we know that that's impossible.
But the way he lay out his argument, the majority of the people who hear his argument think he giving you some scholastic.
Okay, yeah, I know that, but see, that's for people that don't know, and you definitely right about that, right? If they don't know, but see, and that's my problem is the people on this panel, supposedly we supposed to already understand this and be able to simplistically lay this out, where he's in error. I mean, like the simplest thing, because hold on, I got to mute out somebody's.
Well, okay, I understand. Go ahead. You had something you was trying to say again, Robert?
Man, great God smash. First off, this is, listen, with all due respect, great God, I'm thankful for being on your platform. I respect you. I respect my Saber Reggie. But at the same time, God, I have done my own studies. And if I sit here and tell and say the Afro-Asiatics didn't come, the language did not come, at least the language did not come from Africans, I would be in contradiction with everything that I have studied.
Yeah, you would, and you also be using the term wrong because Afro-Asiatic is not a language; it's a language group.
Okay. Well, that's what that means, Smash.
No. There's no language called Afro-Asiatic, but there's a group of languages that have been grouped together, and in that family is called Afro-Asiatic. Feel me?
Smash, with all due respect, that mean the languages of the Afro-Asiatic group are classified as Afro-Asiatic.
Oh yeah, that's right. But now that's kind of like you right there. But that's different. Earlier, you was kind of saying like
No,
Afro-Asiatic was
I'm
something
not
that was
saying it's a
spoken.
singular language, man. I'm not saying that it's a singular language. I never said that. I know that it's a group of languages that was taken from Africa and contributed to these foreigners or children. See, this is what I really okay. Let me backtrack. Let me tell you what I call in to tell you, Smash. I ain't called in to debate about none of this shit that we talking about right now. That's not I didn't call in to talk about none of that shit. I called in to tell you that when you talking about African people and when you talking about Afro-Asiatic languages and you talking about foreigners, Dravidians, and all these different people, it is a slippery slope. Because on one hand, you have to acknowledge the African foundation of all humankind. Mankind, you got to acknowledge all of that shit coming from Africa. Because me, you, Brother Reggie, Asarb Khan, Big Brother James, Pan African James, and everybody else on this panel, we can literally put in Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica right now and trace our origins all the way back to Central and East Africa. That's a fact. When
So
you
what
talk,
you saying? No, I'm trying to follow you. Go ahead.
okay, God, what I'm telling you is when you trace back K1 DNA and then M1 and then L and then Q and then R and then S and you keep going and going and going A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, elemental P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, W,
Come on,
X.
man.
When you keep going, W, X, Y, and Z, when you keep going through all of these DNA haplogroups, they all come back to one place.
All right, that's not making no point though, bro. We're
No,
not
but you
talking
won't let
about
me
that.
finish though. You won't even let me finish, God.
Because you're going all the way back to the first haplogroup. You're going
God,
back to
that
out of
what I'm doing,
Africa, bro, to make
God,
your
you won't
point.
even let me
If I
God,
gotta wait till you get from out of Africa to the Arabs and shit,
God,
you passed your floor time. Because your
black.
floor time I told you 10 minutes ago when you said you ain't had nothing. Now you
Okay,
continuously
fine.
filibustering. It's making me think you one of the brothers who don't got no sense of time. Or you
No,
don't, it may be on have something affecting you to not let you know how long you've been talking.
cut me off, Smash, and then
I
leave it.
might be because you well beyond your. I'm saying this in all
My
clear
time
English.
and shit.
You
I
said you hadn't had the floor. I gave you the floor. Then
y'all
your
can have
floor
the floor.
time was up.
Fine,
That means
fine,
it's
fine.
not your turn to talk anymore. But
All
you
right,
keep insisting on taking the floor from the other men who might have
fine,
something to
fine.
say.
That's fine, God. That's fine. I'll listen, God. Like you can cut me off, God. My only point was that when I do the research and find out what's the origin of humankind is from Africa. So when you're talking about what is the origin of this language or that language or these people or this people is very hard to debate when we know for a fact that all modern humans come from Africa. It's hard to debate that shit. You're going to have to separate it at some point, and you're going to have to separate it with culture, with you know what I'm saying, with you're going to have to separate it with culture, with ethnicity, because all humankind comes from Africa.
I know, Robert, but how this is gonna help us when we start talking about time periods when people had changed, and we got people called Asians, Europeans, and
That's
then
why I put in the chat when I was talking to the sheriff, I told him that when you're talking about this particular group, it's predominantly Indian Peninsula, Indian Peninsula, and when you're talking about this group of people, it's predominantly African.
Smash, can I talk for a few seconds?
God,
please, let's hear from Brother Reggie.
Okay. So my problem with Dr. Wesley Muhammad is that
Hold on, bro. You ain't gotta be doing that. Straight up. I don't know what's the matter with you. Like, you might need to go have a drink and talk to a sister, let out some of that energy. Reggie's just trying to talk. Why is you, man, what the fuck all in the background for?
Man, it just make me feel like I'm stupid talking.
Press mute and do it then. Because we all do that. We press mute and say, these dumbass. You feel me? But you doing it while Reggie trying to have the floor after I consist you being intentionally disruptive.
I ain't intentionally doing it.
All right, let's get back to Reggie and get off you. Please. Reggie.
Yeah. So my problem with Dr. Wesley Muhammad is that he ignores many of the cultures that preceded the what he calls the Black Arab culture, and so he ignores the Persian period. He ignores the Assyrian period, right? He ignores the Nile Valley culture. He ignores the Sabian culture, and what he does is he strips it all down to start talking about this particular Koresh culture and making them more important than groups of people hundreds of thousands of years older that gave birth to those to that culture, when those people, particularly those Persians, Babylonians, Assyrian groups of people who were in the area, had long left. I don't hate Arabs, and I do not hate Islam, but I look at it in the period of where they existed, and what they did great was they helped begin to bring down Rome. But in that revolution, in finding themselves, they stripped out the things that they benefited from. Then you have revisionist scholars like Dr. Wesley Muhammad ignoring these groups of people in its place, and making that revolution that they had a Black revolution for our people, ignoring the fact that those same Black Arabs enslaved African people, invaded Africa, North Africa, and went all the way as far as they could, as far as Dongola, and then they got stopped by the pupil smiters, the Magi, right? They got stopped, and then for 500 years they had kind of a soft, a Cold War, where they did trade and other type of things, slowly incorporating them into Islam. You have King Silko, who was a Nubian, right? Who decided to be a Christian, right? To avoid being Islamicized, right? Because he felt that he was more connected to the Nubians and the Coptics, right? These early groups of people in that region were more connected to his culture than the Arab culture. And so those are my general critiques of Dr. Wesley Muhammad creating a revisionist concept that even the Nation of Islam doesn't teach, right? So he's trying to teach the Nation of Islam about Islam, right? And that's what he's doing. But as far as we're concerned, we're in a whole nother course of understanding, listening to him and him being an apologist for Islam. And so when we study, we look at what Yemen had to offer and who was these early groups of people that ultimately would become these groups of people called Arabs as they reformed themselves, right? and we see where they are at a particular time deleting their relationship with Africa. They're deleting African culture because they have a culture that that is workable for them. And as they try to be expansionists and build this world religion and this world culture, most of the people who practice Islam are not Arabs. These are groups of people that were conquered along the way. And so we're concerned about the stripping away of Africanness. And I am really concerned about this thing called Black reality and Black interaction, where we don't see anything that they are venerating. When we study, and I'm a good student, and believe it or not, I'm actually a good student of Smash Rockwell, even though I'm a great teacher.
Well, I'm a student of yours too, but you can continue.
Right, right, and so, but I'm a great teacher, and and during the course of this last 8 years, I've been able to understand African culture and this black reality in a way that I really didn't understand, but now I understand this particular interaction where these African people along the Nile are relating themselves to blackness, right? They have names, nicknames that have something to do with blackness. They have gods or natures related to blackness, right? They interact. They make major parts of their culture black. That's what we study. That's has been important in this last 8-9 years of now having a position that we can take to Egyptologists to say that you study Greek, you study Plutarch, you study the Greek interactions, Necrotis, you study those interactions of Greek people. That's how you get to the black land. You're wrong. Someone said something?
I don't think so, but I think I just heard a noise in the background.
Yeah, so we can take this to the floor in these conferences, and we can have conversation. Somebody's talking.
Maybe someone's not muted, but it seems like just background noise. Continue, please.
Right. So that we have a position now that we could take to academia based to 9 years of figuring out what we're saying right and what we're saying wrong. And we can reintegrate Africa in a way in which some of the best European scholars that we've listened to. So Smashers went through so many of these dialogues when we asked them what does Kemet mean, and we find out that they missed some steps.
That which is black.
All right, we got a new member in and a few others here. A brother named Damon X. Peace to Damon. If you want to get your words in, you got some floor time right now. What's up with Damon? All right, if you're just here to listen, that's cool too. But your mic is on mute, so you have to unmute yourself.
Hey, yo, Smash, can I ask you a question, King?
I'm trying to get the other brother on the floor.
Real quick, because I wanted to go off of what Reggie was saying.
Okay, well, quick. Go right ahead, because the other brother isn't coming off mute, so you got the floor.
So basically, understanding and identifying black in, ancient history, like Reggie was really right about that. Like, it's a certain way to identify it. And on the contrary, like when we're talking about people who are of African descent and they start to dwell in non-African theology, what you see is they start to actually, like Reggie was saying, like drive away from the Africanness or the African culture that they descend from. And the thing is, before you get Islam in Africa, you got Christianity. And when you're dealing with East Africa and Christianity, you get certain people like a poet named Antara B. Shaddad. He was a Christian. And in one of his poems, the way you know that they're doing this, like by like disowning their African culture, is by the way certain things they say. So within the context of what he's talking about in one of his poems, when he's talking about his mother and his father, he venerates his father by saying he's a descendant of Shem. But then when he talks about his mother, he says something about his mother, and then about her being a descendant of Ham, but in a more negative sense instead of venerating. So earlier, before you even get Islam, you already got the Christian doctrine saying that people are cursed. Certain people are cursed of Ham. That's from Ham. Yeah. So I just wanted to go off of what Reggie was saying about how I have to identify. It's a certain way to identify black because you have these types of things going on.
Yeah. Hey, fam, how you guys doing?
What up? Who that is? G Lacan?
Yes, sir. Hey, what brother up, Reggie, how you doing? Smash, how you doing?
Peace. Everything is all well. Robert, for some reason when you speak, you now heck lower than everybody. You sound kind of muffled. Just letting you know.
It's all good. Great God, the great Magi, man.
Okay.
Should I stand on that?
What's up with G Lacan?
No, man. Not much, man. Just tapping in with you guys. Brother Reggie, how you doing?
Hey man, I'm struggling in these days, man. I it's so funny. It's like again, I'm a great student of some of the greatest people that got us here. I'm a great student, and I've interacted with them and met them and served them, and then it's a struggle for me to I mean, I'm 59, but I was around. I was around in the like in the. I listen. I helped get one of Dr. Giap's books translated into English, Civilization of Barbarism, right? I was scheduled to meet him. I'm that close. I met Obenga. I mean, and all I want to do is just continue to serve, right? And to get what they said that was right and keep us on course, because what I found, Sheila Khan, is that when I went to the African Origin of Civilization exhibition in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, right? That they honored Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's work. Even though he had made some mistakes along the way, some minor mistakes, but his general thesis was right, and it changed UNESCO. It changed the way the world now looks at Africa, right? And Diop did something special. He looked into the language of the Nile Valley African, and he looked at this word Kemet, and he found a Black reality, right? He found that he used the word Negroes. He's in a different time period, African Origin Civilization, 1956, right? But he had the wherewithal, the intellectual fortitude to make a case so that we have a fighting chance of reintegrating Africa into the world and letting Europe know that your Egyptology has some missteps, and that you have to now factor in the Africa because you had taken Africa out. I mean, you have taken Africa out of Nile Valley culture, and so now with all the work, I get pushback, and I find that people are greater than I, but I know where I was. I know that I talked and interacted with Dr. Lennon Jeffries. I took classes with Dr. Clark. I'm just saying, why as we as a people, why do we do it to each other when I simply came on to triage the errors of Dr. Wesley Muhammad, right? And to show that he's using the word Black, but based on skin. Nothing else. No culture, no love for Africa, no nothing. He's doing the same thing that the Hebrews do, Hebrews to Negroes, right? They're trying to transplant groups of people into Africa as if Africa can't speak for itself. And then, but we want to do it on an academic level. Dr. Diop, one of the things I found out about what UNESCO found out about Dr. Diop, Diop wasn't an African-centered scholar. He wasn't an Afrocentrist. Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop was a scholar. Dr. John Clark taught us, first you learn history, then you learn African history, right? Our problem here is that we're not understanding the reality of the Black reality. We're just not understanding that. And so these fights that we're having, well, this particular fight is really problematic to me. It's really disturbing to me about, because we're trying to get ourselves together so that we could go to these conferences and we can talk to these experts and we could learn from them, and we can also make some minor corrections without putting out our chest like we're more than something that we are, right? So that we can get it right. And then I come on these boards and I'm like, man, what are we talking about Dr. Wesley Muhammad's errors, or are we talking about something else? We should just be talking about what's good about Dr. Wesley Muhammad and where the mistakes that he made, and and move on. So I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm just maybe this is I've been ill for the last week and plus. Maybe this wasn't a show for me, but every time I come on this show to talk to Smash, Rockwell, and to the others that study Nile Valley culture, I learn a whole lot. And that's why I'm here.
Well, you made a wonderful contribution today on this show, so I don't know why you feel like it wasn't a show for you. We was just trying to reel in the discourse with you and Robert were talking about Malcolm and not the subject, but we learned a lot from your contributions today as well.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's why I come from. But the infighting, it should be checked at the door. There's no great scholar. There's no great scholar on this platform.
Oh my God. Come on, Reggie, with the insults. Ain't you a great scholar? What the fuck?
No, I'm a great student.
No, you're a great scholar, man. Stop undermining yourself.
No, I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for yourself. You and Smash are some great scholars, man. Y'all boys is qualified to challenge the PhDs and the experts of the field. So stop talking like that.
But on this platform, I'm just your brother.
So
until I get pushed.
So I got two brothers that's qualified to challenge the experts. You, Smash, Christopher Withers, Jay Mills, and a lot of y'all others are qualified. Man, stop talking like that, undermining yourself. These people ain't no better than you. They just went to college and got a piece of paper. That's why when they pull up on y'all platforms, they can't even read the goddamn hieroglyphics.
Our job is to let them know that is noted when they do pull up on us, right? When they do pull up on us, we let them know, and we try to be nice, but we find out sometimes that they're not nice, and then sometimes we have to push a little bit more, and then we find out that they can't take it. They can't take it when we talk about the black, Kemet don't mean the black land. They can't take it. They can't take it, right? And they don't want to tell you, they don't have no knowledge about what it really means. And when you ask them, when was the first time black land was used, right? You know, they can't take it. But then we have people like Sat 12. Sat 12, shout to Sat 12. Sat 12 says, yeah, Reggie, you could find it in 1859. I said, oh, that's interesting. 1859 is when they're making it public. They're not really using Meta Neter, they're just using it in kind of like popular Egyptology. Then there's breasted, there's the Vortabu, right? There's Budge, and then there's Plutarch. So now we know we got them. You're following Plutarch, and so you're trying to push that on us. But let's now give you the text, right? We're gonna stop all that BS, right? And now, so the last 8 years or so, and Smash has done a lot of heavy moving, right? And myself and certainly I've been involved, right? But now we can read them the text. When we start reading them the text, right, we find out that they can't take it. We know who their great scholars are. We know Alexandra Nibby, right? We know what she says. We can read the TLA, right? We know what they say. So now we can go to the conferences, but we use this as a workshop here to sharpen our skills so that we can get it right, right? So when I come on the show, I'm always, so Smash, what do you think about this? Right? I want to make sure that I get it right, because the difference is, guess what? I'm the one who's going to go to the conferences, right? And then I'm going to make sure that I can bring people like Smash on, right? I'm the person who's gonna try to make sure our people go to Egypt. Like Assault Ka, I worked on him for a while. Assault, what do you need to go to Egypt? Right? I can help you go to Egypt. Where do you need to go? Right? You don't need to go on a tour. Backpack, right? So many other people, even Polite, right? And my brother Jeddah Monk, Hecka Ray, right? He said, okay, now I got it. Now it's the time I need to go to Kemet. I got a blueprint, right? I got a blueprint. So I've helped people push them to go to see it, right? But here, I'm your brother until you start pushing me, until you start pushing me, and then I'm like, wait, you're crossing the line. And you got to know when you're crossing the line. Because I don't come here for this. I don't have to talk. I don't have to be here. I want to be here, but I don't have to be here. I was doing this a long time. But because you're the next generation, I have to give you what at least I've learned from my teachers so that you can at least be ready, and you'll be ready for academia. So for now we are. So now we're interacting with the Leo Hansberry group, the Nile Valley Collective, right? Well now the RC Jeddah Monk spoke at the RC conference, and Jeddah Monk made sure that I go to the ASOR conference. Y'all don't even know what the ASOR conference is. Not all of you, but most of you do not. So now we know where the formula is. Which scholars can we go to and find them all? So the ASOR conference is where they all are. That's where.
Hey, let me say something real quick. James, are you there? Pan African James, is you there? You still on? He might not be there, huh? All right, I just go ahead, Reggie. I was just trying to check. Go ahead, you can continue.
So in the midst of dealing with the Europeans, we have to backtrack and deal with some of our own people who are converts to these religions and these worldviews, and we have to chin check them. So today, Smash was going over what Wesley Muhammad was saying. And I was like, well, I can see where he's making the mistake, and I'm just trying to help us understand that when he uses black, he's really just talking about skin color. And so that's how you deal with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. You're talking about people who are darkened in the sun, right? Because they don't care that they're black or not. They don't care that. Matter of fact, if they can have a choice, they would be Persian white, right? So you're not saying anything, Dr. Wesley Muhammad. You got to update your scholarship, right? And with the Moors, I did 10 toes down with the Moors, and they're my brothers, but they wanted to see if they could go through. They thought that I was in their way, and I happened to be in their way. That the Moors, you behold the pale Moor. Until you deal with Old Man Kush was the first inhabitant of Africa, something is wrong. Something is indeed wrong with that, right? For you to be taking a Christian Hebrew concept, and that's your orientation and your worldview. So I think I said enough, and
yeah, I'm gonna get ready to bring it down to a close. I was trying to see if James wanted to host for a minute, but we didn't. We have 4 hours and 18. In order for me to be able to stream later, I need to end this one. What's up with your channel, Reggie? When we gonna see you on the Africa channel online, Africa online channel, or what we have with?
I was gonna do something. I was gonna do something today, but I stopped.
Well, do it. What's up? Get it popping right now. You can
No,
bring.
but you know what happens? If I do something, it would be at 6. But what happens is, like, this changed this whole thing kind of changed my day. I really wanted to go back and deal with Huff and Billy for something that he said. I don't there was something major that Huff did that I think that we didn't talk about.
I'm just saying, sometimes it's good viewership that I don't want to throw it away. It's almost 100 people watching. You could have just shared your link and told people to go over to your channel because I got to close down. You feel me?
I
But
could,
if
but
you
I
ain't
need
ready
to
to
take
do
a
that,
I need to take a break, Smash.
yeah, I heard that.
I got you. Listen, look at. I got my look. I got stressed out.
I got to take a break too.
Yeah, I got stressed out. This shit stressed me the fuck out.
Man, Reggie, you know you be getting a lot of support. We all get a lot of support from the community. But I did this show, and then I'll be like, man, I need to go do something else sometimes. When I sit for 4 hours and it don't be it be a one-way thing, it don't be mutually beneficial sometimes. Now, YouTube take care of me and my page is growing, but I'll be like, damn, sometimes I'll be like, man, we've been talking and giving it out for 4 hours and you ain't seen not me had to say thank you for nothing to nobody. And I'll be like, okay, that's a waste of time after a while.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, sometimes if you ain't even cooking or talking about nothing, you'll be getting more support than if you sit around teaching and people just don't even trip.
Well, I appreciate coming on your channel to contribute. I just have to kind of like regroup after this. I have to regroup.
Yeah.
I could say something. I could say something to you before you go, Reggie. You hear me?
Go ahead.
I wanted to do a presentation on your paper, Reggie, but I don't know if you would allow me to come on your platform and we could discuss your paper. Because I don't want to do it any other way because I think it would be the right thing to do. What do you think about that?
No, I don't have any problem, but I do I need to do a short program just to get me back into it because I've had a bad cold. So I'm gonna decide hopefully about 6.
Well, we're gonna be looking forward to that, and hopefully it happens. I'm just trying to give this effort in bringing this to a close as we had about 4 hours and 30 minutes almost.
All right, so
my mic, peace.
All right, so you'll let me know then.
Word up, and thanks to y'all for all tapping in. I'm gonna close down the Zoom. Appreciate y'all, all the contributions to everyone who helped to make this show great. And let me get on the big screen real quick and say to the supporters of the channel, or anybody looking forward to, trying to help us grow, that's the Cash App right there. And it means the most, really, because Super Chats is wonderful and I love all y'all. But, really, whatever you sent, YouTube take like 30-40% of that, really. So you send a dub and we be getting $10-12 or whatever. And that's not a big thing or not. But some of the ways to support that get more to the people who you're trying to support, those is cool. So I appreciate y'all. Other than that, y'all know what it is. Watch how my Hepri, look at the coins going into my Hepri's cup. I just was having fun animating that. But time for me to enjoy a little bit more of this holiday, kick back, go in there with the family, and I might be back a little bit later on tonight. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for all the supporters of the channel. Y'all see the people with the green names who are members of the channel. And y'all should go and join the channel if you haven't already, because the small little 10 cents a day, which wind up to be like $3 a month, that small little contribution helps a lot. So we be over here with the Metal Netter teachings for free, a whole kind of ancient African history. What y'all support is mandatory in order to keep it popping. So don't ever think you're not supporting a good cause when y'all be throwing that out. And it's much appreciated. Right now, I'm about to go in the other room and go spend me some time where I ain't thinking like this, all right? So, lastly, what I need to say is my discourse about black people in the Arabian Peninsula doesn't necessarily contradict Wesley Muhammad's stance completely. Reggie broke it down that you see he's just talking about color. He's just talking about skin color. When we went into our discourse about blackness in Egypt from various perspectives, shout out to Indigenous African, one of the best supporters of this channel. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. I appreciate you making the channel grow. And next month's YouTube is going to be one of the most successful this channel ever had. So I'll be back probably this evening. If not, we'll be back when the next time avails. All right, peace to y'all. Thanks for the contributions on the way out. It seems wonderful. Thank you. I'm gone. Peace. Why you beefing with me, Sheffrin and Reggie beefing? Somebody go live so I could go watch y'all as I kick back and play me some games.